ships to help fund moving my office to over there. With the miasma, there's only miasma if they leave the like sandwiches in their bedrooms. It's generally fine. The dwarves that are alive in the fortress right now are Candle Pixie, Axon, the Skoid Belug, Taurus, Abe, Stone, Vimimel, Clay, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, Vinsati, Goffer, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Defcom, Simplex, Rhine Ghost, Sparkly, Black Hole, Kade, Trees, Blue Water, Peter, Lizards, Socks, Cosslord, 3 unnamed merchants, Cooler, 2 unnamed merchants, Critty, nobody important, just a funny name for a merchant, H2O, Formal, Deutero, Daturo, Quavanair, Jack Nurik, Tiny Goliath, and of course Crow. If anybody heard their name called and would like me to check in on their dwarf, let me know. But we'll jump around to ones that I see. Critty, you're not dead yet, which is a miracle. You are 100. Oh, you're only 112. Never mind. So it's not a miracle that you're not dead yet. You and your wife, Cooler, very happy dwarves. Hopefully, you make many babies for us because we need lots of those. You seem to be pretty okay. You're a little bit distressed after seeing a bunch of Horay Marmots' dead bodies, but that's fine. They're just frickin' marmots. You'll live. Let's see who else is around. Stone, you're here. How's your girl doing? How's Stone? How is Stone? She is dejected after being caught in the rain. Well, I mean, you know, Stone's been like dancing between depression for a long time. 51 years old, still getting up there, hanging out, existing, doing okay in the Longdeath. Well, let's peek around a little bit more. Who else is up and about? Candle Pixie, good news, has obtained a lover in the form of Ghost. So Ghost and Candle Pixie are now lovers. I'm very much hoping that those two will go get married, and then Ghost can make us some nice babies, which we need more of. Which is still the main goal. Population of the fortress is 30, which is very low, including merchants, we're up to 42. We are still trying to repopulate the fortress with new children to keep from, you know, horribly dying. So I've been cramming them all into the tavern periodically, and yeah, Longdeath continues. We're currently trading, or have traded with a bunch of humans, or not humans, with the dwarves, because we are in the early autumn, 25th of limestone, meaning we'll power in to winter pretty soon. But yeah, if anybody has any questions about this fortress, give me a shout. We are on year 230, meaning the fortress is 225 years old. Oh yeah, we have quite a few young dwarves, and we have a baby and 3 children in the fort. But I would like to get the fort up to about 10 babies is where I'd like to be at. 10 babies from multiple families, so that long-term survival is more guaranteed. What's my pop cap? 56, technically. Well, hard cap is 56. Soft cap is 52, but we haven't had migrants in 150 years-ish. No, 110 years. We haven't had migrants. We know months in advance in building, and that's building up over 7 years, or that's still 7 years warning. Yes, but still, it's nice to know. I don't know. I'm comforted by being reminded of my own mortality, I guess, and that's why I find that the volcano entertaining. Have you been hunting well? I mean, we can check in and find out. You've been hunting. I know that much. You have 37 kills. I would say you've been doing all right. You've killed 5 wolverines, 2 wolverines, 5 barn owls, 3 emus, 1 emu, 2 buzzards, 1 barn owl, 2 buck rabbits, 2 doe rabbits, 5 horay marmots, 5 horay marmots, 1 wild boar, 2 wild boars, and 1 horay marmot, and 1 kangaroo buck. I would say that you are doing pretty well as far as hunting goes. We are currently doing an animal slaughtering session, meaning I got a lot of random stuff set up for slaughter. Also, apparently a bunch of rabbits and wolverines that need to be slaughtered, so we'll do that. And there we go. Yeah, you must have missed all the buzzards. You don't even know the thing. I have my I'm not sure if that's like close to like is that like national health thing? Hey, Clender. What's up? What's up? Hello. But yeah, no, Class Lord, your dwarf's been doing pretty well. But yeah, like I said today's going to have quite a bit of variety to it, actually. We're going to be doing this. I want to play the graphical demo of Soul Ash. And then this evening, Evil Trick is going to join us, and we're going to play some totally accurate battle simulator with Evil Trick for shits and giggles. So today should be fun. Today should be a good day overall, I think. Today should indeed be a good day. Uh-oh. Got a depressed dwarf. Crow's depressed. Well, gotta get, these guys, I think. That's your squad? Is that your squad? Is that your squad? That is not your squad. Bear Fighters 2 is your squad. Which is the one that I just turned on. So we have a depressed dwarf who wants to, who likes training in the military, so we're gonna go get him to train in the wrestling squad, because I got 2 wrestling squads who are just dwarves that get depressed when they're not in the military doing military things. So how am I doing today? I woke up feeling like I was gonna die. I was super sore and like kinked out of shape when I woke up. Like I woke up and my right shoulder was hurting, my back was hurting, my lower back was hurting, my hip felt like it was out of alignment, my knee wanted to fall off, and my neck was in a lot of pain. So I woke up this morning and I was almost late getting started, and it kind of took me longer to actually start streaming than I wanted to, because I spent like... And Stone's depressed. Jeez, okay, so all the military want to train. Stone is the captain of the Eternal Guard, which is the squad that we've had since day one, which is kind of awesome. It's a squad that's been around for 225 years now, which is actually kind of rad if you think about it. And some of them are still using the same weapons, which is also kind of rad. Like, I should actually, like, go checking. Yeah. So the adventurous scale. I'm really curious about how many people have, like, used this shield, you know? And how many people have, like, used the weapon that this dwarf uses. But yeah, no, I woke up and then, like, spent the morning just unkinking my neck, basically. And then I made coffee and came over here, and now I'm streaming. Sounds annoying to say the least. No, I definitely don't sleep like a croissant. I sleep on my back with my hands on my chest, generally. Or like, my arms crossed sometimes. But I roll in my sleep. So I'll wake up, like, at a weird angle, and then I'll just be like, but I've talked about this a bit over the last few days, but I'm buying a new bed. My current bed wasn't picked by me. It was picked by my ex, and kind of smells like cat urine, and I hate it. So I'm getting a new bed, and the reason, you know, I might actually... Peter, Patchwork, and Corvius Suede. I'm actually going to add the other squad into this one, mostly. Patchwork, Corvius, because there's no reason to have 2 half squads. Let's just have 1 full squad. Peter, Corvius, who's the other one? Abe and Peter. Okay. Peter, where's Abe? Oops. Wrong screen. There you are. Whoopsies. I just swapped out the squad leader. That's supposed to be Stone. Stone, Stone, Stone. Where did you go? Where did you go? There you are. There you go. Perfect. So yeah, no, I'm getting a new bed. It smells like cat urine. My ex's cat was a psychopath. Do I really need to explain more than that? My ex had 2 cats, and one of them was a fat, lazy orange tabby who I loved, who was super friendly and cozy and lovely, and would sleep on the floor and was lovely. And then the other one just liked to pee on everything and destroyed everything and shredded walls and broke a window at one point. Not like the glass, but like broke the hinge on the window. She knocked stuff over, basically kept me from being able to purchase plants or anything because she would just destroy everything. So, yes. No, I've bought a new bed kind of as a birthday gift to myself because it's my birthday in like 15 days. So on the 28th, I will be getting a new bed. And I'm going to be moving my office from here over to where the bed is right now because the bed I bought is a twin XL, which is very thin and long. The bed that I currently have is a queen. So I'm getting rid of the queen and swapping down to a twin XL, which is going to go right here. So I'm moving this area that I'm sitting right now into my bedroom, and the area over there, which is my bedroom, is going to become my office. So I'm actually going to be gaining a lot of space. Your birthday's this Friday? Oh, well, happy early birthday. Yeah, no, my birthday's on June 3rd. And I will be doing a charity stream. Last year we did JDRF. I think I'm going to do MSF just because of it seems more fitting for this year. What's your girlfriend's birthday? Well, there you go. It's always fun. Like, you know, there's 73 people watching this stream right now, right? The odds that like 2 people share my birthday in this chat are pretty good. But yeah, no, so I will be ideally getting more. But this is the part where it's like also I have a problem because I've doubled the sound foam I have. I might buy a green screen. I've bought lighting and I've bought another record player. That's the part where it's like, Blind, are you okay? Because the answer is no, I'm not. But I bought a second record player, and the reason I bought a second record player is I want to still have my record player on this side of the wall so I can have my own personal setup. That's not even emotional support shopping. It's more of I have an expensive hobby and it's a problem shopping. But and then the work record player is going to be in my office because it's like if I'm building an office to like have some like work-life balance where I can go out here and like just chill and then go in there to work. If I'm in there all the time because I'm listening to my records off stream, it's like, They're work-related purchases? I mean, you're talking to somebody who's been like going through the logistics of getting guitar pedals into my microphone setup. I don't know if that should legitimately be called a work-related purchase. Like, I have a feeling if I get audited and they're like, you bought 5 guitar pedals. Why? To make my voice sound weird on a microphone. You bought 4 guitar pedals. Why? I didn't buy 4. I bought 1 guitar pedal, but there's 3 more that I want. Yeah, that's a fun statistic. Yeah, so like when you're streaming and you have like 500 people watching, the odds like 2 people have your same birthday. The king demands a ballista arrow. All right. All right, we'll see you when we see you. LaFonda. Yeah, no, I need saturation, compression, delay, reverb, and you know a little bit of overdrive's never hurt anybody. You'll get it sorted out, I'm sure, Stone. You're a smart guy. You'll get it figured out. I also hate filling out forums. That stuff sucks, which is why I'm so happy whenever it's online and it just auto-fills out. It's like, yes. Perhaps you don't know what's expected of streaming these days? No, I mean, realistically, if I got audited, I would be totally fine because all of my shit's, like, buttoned up, but it's still kind of, I don't know. I just feel like it would be weird to explain. Like every year, I always have to because I have the same tax lady every year, right? And she's in her she's in her late 50s, right? And so every year I have to like explain why I purchased something. Like I had to explain to her why I own 30 video game soundtracks on vinyl and why that's a business purchase. Like, does that make like I had to explain that. Because that's a lot of money. Like when you're talking like, okay, so I've talked about my tax lady many times, but since I don't think you've heard this story, it's worth talking about this. The first two, because she first did my taxes in 2015. She second did my taxes in 2016. I think for the first 3 years, she was convinced I was a stripper because every year I'd have to explain to her what I was streaming. It's like, it's just video. This isn't adult entertainment, right? No, this is not adult entertainment. I'm just streaming video games. People do that? Yes. She's like, because I work with a lot of girls and a few boys who do do adult streaming online. And it's like, are you sure that's not what this is? I'm like, yeah, I'm positive. She goes, because I need to tax you differently if that's what this is. I'm like, no. I'm just streaming video games. She's figured it out now. She's great now, but it's still just like that not that kind of adult entertainment, B-Lug. I don't make porn. I think. Speaking of, all of the dwarves just decided to strip at that exact moment that I said that. I guess they're all just upgrading to more recently made armor. I don't make porn yet. Yeah, I haven't started an OnlyFans yet. I'm still genuinely tempted to make an OnlyFans just for my plants and just call it Only Ferns. But then I'd need to actually buy ferns to, like, actually go with the joke. And it's probably more effort than it's worth. But no, my tax lady's awesome now. It's just like the first year and a bit. She definitely made me, or definitely asked me some very odd questions. Okay, what? Oh, it's not actually what I want you to do, but is that working? Yeah, I need you to be training. Because I didn't actually get the Bear Fighters 2 training. I got the Bear Fighters 1 training. Yeah, I had the wrong squad training. Yeah, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 houseplants. Yeah, 12. Plus a rather large garden. Although not too large. And I think that's part of working at Kit Fox is you have to live in the French part of Canada. Which is where my little sister is. Which is why I will probably end up in Montreal at some point in the next 2 years. It's the weed? What? For French part of Canada? Isn't Quebec like the furthest behind in the weed? Like as far as getting stores? Like here there's like dispensaries. Like you take 15 steps and there's 4. But I've heard that it's like they were one of the areas to take the longest to get that stuff set up. There you go. You'll be totally fine. Look at all of those super happy thoughts training in a waterfall. I kind of love that my squads just train in a waterfall. It's like, where do you train? Underwater, basic. I wonder actually if they're gaining swimming. I doubt it, but it would be really funny if they were. Nah, they aren't. That sucks. You do have dabbling climber, though. You're a talented singer who's rusty. An adept musician who's also rusty. Well, see, here we have coffee shops and dispensaries. Dispensary is not a coffee shop. Accumulated close to 100. I don't think I would have an apartment left to walk around in if I had close to 100 houseplants. Because my apartment is 424 square feet or 40.1 square meters. Yeah. Why am I like Mist Runner? I'm suddenly just thinking about that one South Park episode where they're just like, "What do we want? Weed stores. Where do we want them now?" I'm just Just because you said weed stores, it's like now I just have that stuck in my head. It's one of the most like satisfying protest chants I've ever heard in my life. It's just very, very, very well edited. I mean, there's a mall close to me that has a McDonald's, a Starbucks, a Burger King, a Tim Hortons, and 2 independently owned coffee shops in the same building. So, yeah, Aqua. And your dwarf is, you probably knew this, but grown up. You're 17 years old, and you recently thought that wouldn't life be grand if you just took your life off and did nothing for the rest of your days. Hell yeah. Thought you're the next level with their shops. I mean, we have the Amsterdam Cafe here, which is like the one coffee shop that is that kind of coffee shop. But that's it. It's just, well, it's not really a coffee shop, but there's a place that in downtown, which I won't name, but there's a place that I think is still temporarily closed due to COVID, but fucking should be. But it's just a dispensary. You go in and you buy your stuff, and then you walk into the next room, which is a different shop space, and it's just this open space with like a TV and like an N64 and an arcade and a pool table and just a bunch of bongs that you can put a $10 deposit on, and you just grab a water pipe and go sit on a sofa and just hang out with a crew of people. It's one of the nicest lounges in the city. But last time I was there, I watched Die Hard 1, 2, and 3 because they just had it on TV. So I watched 3 Die Hard movies back to back with a bunch of people I didn't know. I miss the pre-pandemic times. Pre-pandemic times were pretty good living in Canada. And that place was open before legalization. Don't know how, but they were open way before then. And did I just get in trouble? No, I didn't. It was just a production order. It was not a production order. It was a export ban, so we're okay. No one's going to prison. Huzzah! If it was a production order, I would have been in trouble. We're still invading the Goblin capital, very unsuccessfully. Oh shit! Did the elves spread? Or am I going crazy? Yeah, they did. Also, it's still a human forest retreat. The humans invaded the elves at some point and took over this forest retreat, and there's 750 humans living in this forest retreat, which is wild. They actually took over our second one. The Realms of Stone have both of these. Poor Fragrant Bear. As somebody who knew somebody who used to work there, they cleaned them extremely well. Extremely well. You went to one on a houseboat? What, like a dispensary lounge on a houseboat? That sounds fun. That also sounds like a really good way to drown. I don't know. I feel like I would end up in the lake. Rocking made it fun. That sounds like something Adult Swim would do. At like PAX. Yo, we rented a houseboat. Here, have a bong. This VOD's getting demonetized. Stone's already no longer depressed, which is good. Took like a minute. How's Crow doing? Also no longer depressed. Excellent. The Queen Mary? I was at that TwitchCon. That was, I got hit in the head with a can with a rock in it by one of the, people at the haunted houses. I've been to every TwitchCon, so, except for TwitchCon EU. So if TwitchCon happened, I was there. I was there when Darude did not play Sandstorm. Well, technically I wasn't in the building, but I was outside. because I didn't go to that concert because I didn't want to see Darude play. But I was there when Darude didn't play Sandstorm. That was like maybe one of my favorite Twitch jokes for like just ever was Darude didn't play Sandstorm. We had the guy to play the show because the meme and he didn't do the thing. It's like you had one job and you didn't do the thing. You wanted to open a cigar lounge for weed. You had the business proposal and everything and got rejected because of the safety risk and was too high. Okay, and you couldn't guarantee people wouldn't overdose. Okay, did you explain to them that you can't overdose on weed? Because it's literally not possible. Okay, just check it. I just wanted to make sure, because that seems like how do you guarantee that people in alcohol serving establishments don't overdose on alcohol? Or, drive drunk out of there. I enjoyed it the first 2 years. The first 2 years, it was like just an opportunity to go hang out with my friends. Now I have very few friends in this industry, so it's very much just a work thing. Yeah. The problem that I have with this industry is there's a lot of people who work in streaming who've how do I say this without just sounding like a piece of shit? There's a lot of people who work in streaming who've never had a real job, who are a bunch of how do I put this? Entitled little children that I don't really like being around. I gave up trying to be nice. So there's a lot of people who work in this industry who are extremely entitled children, and there's even more people in this industry that are just assholes, and over time it's just kind of become obvious that there's less and less business reason for me to even go to those events. So it initially started off as like, holy shit, I get to just meet my friends, turning into fuck it, I'm just here to hang out with my friends because I don't like anybody else anyway, to really just fuck it, I'm just here to hang out with my friends. Like TwitchCon for me is I get to see friends and sneak my mod into parties and get lots of beer tickets. Like that's TwitchCon for me. TwitchCon's a vacation for me. Granted, now I'm at a point with a lot of people in this industry where I don't think I would even go for that reason. If another TwitchCon happens in a post sickness world, I don't think I'll go. Like it's there was always panels, there was always things going on, but like the reason I went to TwitchCon was because my friend rented an Airbnb with 12 bedrooms, and there's just an irresponsible amount of alcohol in that building, and we're gonna go and just hang out there and run into friends from Europe and other places and just talk, with other people who are in a similar place in the industry. I would go to TwitchCon because I know a person who's running a party on the rooftop of the Hard Rock, and we're going to go hang out there until 2 o'clock in the morning. I go to TwitchCon because I got invited to go meet with these people and at this thing. Like that's why I go to TwitchCon. I don't go to TwitchCon for anything else, really. It's just to hang out with friends at weird locations. I've said this for years, Pilot, and I kind of stand by this. Streaming is a really weird industry. We live paycheck to paycheck in a lot of cases. I'm one of the lucky ones who doesn't do that. But for most streamers, they're all broke. with a few exceptions, obviously. And once every 8 months, we get to live like rock stars. And that's why you go to TwitchCon, is because you get to be a rock star for 3 days. And then you go back to real life. And it's kind of, you know, the only, like, I can say that I went to a bar and drank $300 cocktails because of PAX, you know? And it's like, uh-oh, someone left rotten meat on the ground. They're suddenly in a cloud of miasma. Get out of there, boys. But like that's why I go to TwitchCon. That's why I go to PAX, is because I get to have that. And there isn't a lot of people who get that, and I'm very lucky that I get to get that every so often. All right, where's the rotten stuff in here? Prepared cow brain. Did they already get it out of there? They may have already gotten it out of there. Oh, no, I think it's probably that. Nope, those aren't rotten strawberry plants. Those are just strawberry plants. I don't even know what was rotten. I mean, I've never met anybody who only works 2 days a week who acts like they're overworked, but depends on how shitty your boss is. Like, when I worked in fast food at the end, I was only working 2 days a week, and I hated it. It was the worst 2 days of my week. So I don't know. I can relate to that. Who go without buying a ticket to the event? I mean, see, at that point, that's kind of stupid, right? Like, why would you go to an event like that and not buy a ticket to the event? Buy a ticket to the event, go to the event, and spend the day at the event, even if that's not the real reason for going, because there is some benefits to going to the event. You know, I mean, for me, like, I would always get a media badge for PAX. And I would do the PAX thing. I think I enjoy PAX more than I enjoy TwitchCon, just because TwitchCon is an event for streamers. It's not really an event for the public. PAX is an event for the public, so I can just go pretend to be a normal person for a bit. A normal person who gets to skip lines. So it's like a normal person, but also a cooler normal person. So I think I prefer PAX, actually. Whereas TwitchCon, it's like... TwitchCon, I've had some weird moments because it's like, oh, hi, XQC, which is weird. I don't know. TwitchCon, I get the ability to flex. They're watching a tanning demonstration, which not a lot of people get, because it's weird to say, like, when you meet other streamers, or when you hang out with people who watch a lot of Twitch, and I can just, state, yeah, I was on a boat with James Turner for 8 hours at a convention, which is, to a specific group of people, a whoa moment. But for me, it's just, yeah, because he's good friends with a friend of mine, and a friend of mine owns a boat. So, but for most people, like, you'd have to Google who that is. It's like when you tell people that you flew to NOLA for a day. Yeah, no, exactly. It's fun. It's amazing what it does for your self-esteem to be able to flex just a little bit. Everybody needs to be able to flex about something to feel good for yourself. I haven't taken a test lap in an F1 car, but I've been on a test lap in Elon's car. I was Santa 2 years in a row. That's actually kind of awesome. This dwarf is already depressed again. What? I saw Tiny Goliath tell the story of the attack on the seductions of living at the Joyous Devil and Spidery Desert by the ignited creation in the late winter of 66. I wonder why the year 66 is oddly specific, because I hear about that one quite a bit. You know, Clay, I'm gonna also put you into the main squad. And let's get that main squad training again. I had them off for a second because of the miasma, but we're gonna get them back in there. This one's a little bit too cricket-y for me. Not bad. I'm gonna go back to Medieval Village, just turn off the fire bell, which is a very weird thing to say. No, definitely a falling one car. But no, I guess kind of my ramblings about the greater Twitch community is like, I think June 2020 kind of ruined what faith I had left in streamers. Just ever since then, it's like I don't trust anybody anymore. I have my team and a few select people outside of that I watch, and that's basically it. I don't really interact with the Twitch community anymore. June 2020 was when the majority of the Me Too stuff happened around Twitch. And when a certain very large YouTuber who had a very large presence on Twitch was who just came out and said some incredibly incriminating things about himself. Congratulations, you used to be rich. Round of beers, chat. Coming back with a bang. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. And there's enough people that I either worked directly with or know people who worked directly with those people. Like a good friend of mine was on that dude's podcast. Like these are just straight up coworkers to a degree, where it's just like, yeah, all right. There's some things I just can't shake, and knowing that and knowing that those people are directly affiliated with shit that I did is just kind of I don't trust this. I don't have any coworkers I trust anymore. A slow lap for a couple of days before the event and testing the parameters of the vehicle to make sure that it was coming together properly. Yeah, which car did you get to drive? That's the fun question. Which car did you get to drive, Warren? And when was this? And if it was recent, why the fuck didn't you post pictures? Or recent-ish. Why the fuck didn't you post pictures? And if it was the Haas, then that wasn't an F1 car, please. Please! Tiny Build sending me emails again. Bloody hell. Okay, so it wasn't Haas, because Haas only has half of a vehicle worth of parts. That's fun. Already violating the NDA with that? Please, Mercedes has cooler drivers. They don't need to pay Orange. Orange doesn't need to do a hot lap on a Mercedes car. Or a test lap, rather, not a hot lap. But yeah, no, I think my favorite dumb flex is I got driven around in Elon Musk's car with Stone Hobo. Because a mutual friend of ours is an employee at Tesla and was just like, yo, do you want a factory tour while you're here at San Jose? And we were like, yes, sure, that sounds like fun, because Hobo's a fan. So we spent an afternoon going on a factory tour, and then afterwards he's just like, oh, there we go, it was the cow brain. And then afterwards, he was just like, yo, we can take you on a test drive if you want. And he's just like, hold on, let's see if I can get a car. And he goes off into the back. We can hear him talking to the guy at the station. He's just like, so you owe me a favor. And he goes, yeah. And he goes, what do you want? And he goes, I need a car. And he goes, here, take the boss's car. Just hands him keys. So we got driven around in Elon's car. On a Tesla that wasn't on for sale yet. At the time. It was the Roadster. Which was good fun. You were disappointed that it didn't go faster than 100 kilometers an hour. I am surprised that they let you sit in it. You must have, like, just happened to be the right height, too, because those things are so tuned to one particular person's height. You've seen a wild leopard? That is like meeting a celebrity. Yeah, straight up, that is like meeting a celebrity. Although the weirdest like actual celebrity that I met was Herman Lee at TwitchCon. That was the weirdest like celebrity that I met. Because it was just like, oh, I'm standing in line for a coffee. Actually, no. The two weirdest celebrities that I've met at TwitchCon was Herman Lee, because I was in line for a coffee in the partner lounge, and he was behind me. It was the day they played at TwitchCon, at the most recent TwitchCon. But the year before, when Tony Hawk was a keynote speaker at TwitchCon, I didn't know he was a keynote speaker. Because I didn't fucking go to the keynote. I was at a bar outside, maybe about a 15-minute walk from the convention center, and about 2 hours after the keynote, I was drinking with a friend, and Tony Hawk walks into the bar, which sounds like the beginning of a dumb joke. That was the weirdest celebrity I've met. Which was a fun flex that Christmas to my little cousins. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm too tall to fit in an F1 car, most likely. Like, not comfortably, anyway. I mean, he was literally the fucking keynote speaker, like, that day. And he walks in, and everybody's like, holy shit, it's Tony Hawk. Yes, hi, what's up? And it was like the bar was rented out, and the only people they were letting in was Twitch partners. So it was like a bar that was rented out by another company that was only letting in people with partnered or verified staff badges for TwitchCon. So you basically had to be a verified, air quotes, VIP to get into this bar. Not really. Like, if you had a TwitchCon badge, they'd let you in. Come on, dwarves. Stop being whiny so I can lock you in the bar. You want a ballista arrow, and you want 2 grates. Was it 1 or 2 that you wanted? 1, that's fine. I queued up 2. We can start working on the wall, which is nice. I don't actually know how much glass I have right now, so we need to figure out how much glass we have so that we can keep working on the glass tower. And things can continue. I have none. All right. That happens when you've been in a fortress for... you know, so many years. I mean, it also goes down here, and there's the little maze that I have, which I need to start working on again. My Entons, I don't know, seem to have a problem, but they certainly aren't breeding. which is frustrating. There's also the Forgotten Beast over here, which is an enormous quadruped composed of clear glass. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. It's locked in there and will never come out because it's scary. Here is a minotaur for visual effect because every maze needs a minotaur, even if it's a minotaur in a cage. Yeah, this fortress is kind of big. Chris Hadfield, I'm sorry. That's all I have to say is I'm sorry that you had to meet Chris Hadfield. I've seen famous people in this city, but it's not that weird to see famous people in Vancouver. Especially the places I've seen famous people. If you want to see famous people in Vancouver, you have to go to the Peony Fairgrounds during the fair and hang out in the beer garden, and you will find famous people. It's actually weirdly easy to just randomly run into Bryan Adams or somebody in Vancouver. Like, yeah. Also, the concerts I go to, it's quite easy to run into celebrities. Like if you're into heavy metal, it's quite easy to figure out how to run into like a Devin Townsend. For example, I know there's a heavy metal bar in Vancouver called the Moose, and if there's medium tier concerts happening, it's not too difficult to, if you go to the Moose, to run into mid-tier metalhead celebrities in that place. Like yeah, it's not particularly difficult to encounter famous musicians in Vancouver if you know where to go. We have an international airport? Yes. Also, Vancouver has a really nice international airport. It's one of the few international airports I like. Like I just like being in the Vancouver airport. It's just a nice airport. I need to go around that. Where does that go? Yeah, that goes into the maze. So I need to go around that. Working on my coffin setup. Let's go down to here. Because we need to dig out more burial ground space. That there are way more international airports than people expect. Depends what's close to the international airport. But like, I mean, there's. Whoa, 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 whoa! The scholar Ryan II has discovered the classification of mussels. What? I have another thing to DM to Ryan that his dwarf has discovered. What the fuck does that mean? Sorry, I'm not a smart. What the heck does that mean? Also, there is plant pictures in the Halcyon Frequency Discord. Means he can classify mussels? I mean, plants. I don't know. I wish that it would give me a little bit more flavor text than just the classification of mussels. He is Linus. Ryan Leonardo da Vinci. It's sort of, yeah, right? But, all right. Urist Mcthwack. Where's Ryan? There you are. I'm gonna DM his dwarves discovery. Which means maybe they will write books about being swole. I wonder if that's why they've been pondering nerves for so long. Because they've been pondering nerves for like 50 years, give or take. She felt satisfied after making a breakthrough concerning the classification of muscles. All right. Well, there we go. You made a breakthrough concerning the classification of muscles. I'm going to get some of these merchants helping with the mining. Does that make him a legendary diagnoser? I don't think so, but we'll find out. Hold on. I don't think he's not a legendary anything. He's a proficient surgeon, dabbling stitcher, dabbling fluid engineer, whatever that means, dabbling record keeper, dabbling organizer, dabbling mechanic, engineer, negotiator, intimidator. He's an adequate comedian. He's adequately funny, adequately hilarious. He will adequately make you laugh, adequate amount of times. You didn't know they could make breakthroughs? So here's part of my arguments as to why you should make younger worlds. If you have a library and scholars assigned to the library, they will ponder things, right? And try and learn things and make discoveries. But the older the world, the more discoveries have already been made, and scholars will know that. So they will have less things to ponder and less things to discover. They are more likely to write books if they make a new discovery. I am somewhat of an adequate comedian myself, says Zapdos, yes. And anyway, the younger... the younger the world, the more discoveries haven't been made yet, and the more discoveries your dwarves will actively make. So, you once had a billionaire who came to Montreal and saw a food truck and made you stop because he'd never seen one before, and somehow he ate at the food truck. Why is it weird that a billionaire made you do that? Or why is that strange for a billionaire to do, I guess? I mean, I guess it says something about gentrification. But, you know, I guess you'd have to be old rich to never have eaten at a food truck. Just unexpected? I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's almost more expected to me. It's like old money folk not getting into that. But I don't know who this billionaire was, right? You'd never seen one before? Rich guy don't get out much, I guess. Rich people not getting out much. I've never heard that one before. Car boot sale? Is that like a garage sale? But I've never heard the term car boot sale. I'm assuming that's like just somebody selling stuff out of their house, right? That's where I bought these tapes. Not quite. Hold on. I'm going to Google car boot sale. See what Google tells me. Car boot sale. Wikipedia. Or boot fairs. I'm going to call something a boot fair now because boot fair, that's a good word. Boot fairs are a form of market in which private individuals come together to sell household or garden goods. Okay, so it's a flea market. A boot fair. That is a good picture. That's a really good picture. So it's a flea market. We talking about flea market. Montgomery. You can find them at the market. I've been watching too much Picture Point. I know what a boot is. I know exactly. I'm going to do the thing so that the one person goes, holy shit, he's a Canadian. I know what you're talking about. You happy now? Eh? Bud? Blech. Fucking Toronto.
Woo!
Timing. I like it. Yeah, no. I mean, it's a drive-in flea market. We have a drive-in flea market here, but we call it a drive-in flea market. We don't call it a boot sale because nobody calls boots, or we don't know. We also don't call it a trunk sale. We call it an open-air car drive-in flea market, which is way more, fucking hard to say in one sentence. As a chauffeur guy, and you were driving around, and someone sometimes tell you to stop to dumpster dive for food. Dumpster dive for food? Whoa, okay. I mean, we both watch Picture Point, right? And he reminds us of old memes. Picture Point's an old dead meme connoisseur, I would say. Because I remember when Flea Market Montgomery popped up for the first time. Oh, boy. I get an email from my landlord saying, hey, to the fuck who put their entire bed, 2 dressers, and a bookshelf in front of the dumpsters in the basement. Don't do that. Yeah, dumping's illegal. Got it. Yeah, I know. I'm not the person who did that. Did someone just back $1,000 on Soul Ash, or did I blink? I'm pretty sure Soul Ash just got like $1,000. I'm pretty sure it did. I like watching Kickstarters that I'm interested in towards the end, and I'm pretty sure it was at like $6,500. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Soul Ash. Which also, isn't that a Dark Souls thing? Anyway. I seem to recall somebody talking about grinding for Soul Ash in another video game like the other day. But, yeah, it's an open source, or not open source, I'm blanking. It's a roguelike that's being kickstarted, that's open world and has a lot of neat ideas going into it. My tongue's getting numb. I'm gonna go check my blood sugar. Hold on, BRB. I'm okay, but my voice is full. You use those for your homebrewed beer? That's kind of cool. I don't know. I wouldn't recommend dumpster diving for anybody as somebody who used to clean a dumpster. Not cookie. This pure go pure fruit bar. It's pressurized fruit bullshit, but it'll make me not die. Otherwise, I would have had a teaspoon of honey. That would also do it. But yeah, when my tongue starts going numb, it's like, oh, I'm not thinking straight, and my tongue just went numb. I should probably go check my blood sugar. Spring has arrived. Who's going to die of old age? I wonder. As I dig out more coffin space. Someone's about to die. Possibly. Hopefully nobody. Take away from the flavor. What? Like this beer that we homebrewed was left to age with rat blood, and this one has some urine in it, and this one has old wine. I have a new mayor. I think my mayor just died, chat. Sparkly 4K's mandate has ended. Well, the annual tribute from Busty Just Mock has arrived, and we have 29 dwarves. My mayor just died. My mayor just died. Rip Sparkly. The end of an era hath come. Sparkly's partner died relatively recently, too. Died on a pile of food, actually. Tripe roast, chop cow liver. Rest in peace, dwarf. Have they even found him dead yet? There's a dwarf sitting right next to him. Tiny Goliath is standing right next to him. I call them bonus aftershocks. It's when you find a bit of rat tail in your beer. There you go. Sparkly was found dead. Rest in peace, Sparkly. Meaning Simplex is now my mayor, who's married to Vinsati. So shoutouts to Simplex. Who didn't feel anything at somebody's death, but felt triumph after being elected. Isn't it gremlinformayor.nl? Unless you actually bought gremlinmayor.party, which would be incredible if you did. But I don't think you did. Did you? And the Echo, hello. Those things. Placing an item in tomb. Candle Pixie is placing the item in tomb, which is very fitting because it's Candle Pixie's dad. Very fitting. We have a tribute stone. Heads up. It's not a hard one. Copper flask, 25 finger mullet beer, and a barrel. That's actually fitting. A barrel, a bunch of beer, and a flask for the beer. Are they super cheap on pork bun? Is gremlin-mayor.party a possibility? The humans brought us some beer to share their condolences. Just gonna jump up here and reassign this to Simplex. And there you go, Simplex. Welcome as the newest mayor of Longdeath. We shall give you a statue out of your favorite material if I have it. Otherwise, you will just get a statue of some random material while we watch this dwarf get buried. Also, you sure it was old age? Oh, I'm sure it was old age because that dwarf was 160 something. It was like 167 was the last time I checked their age. So almost as old as a dwarf could possibly have been. So no, trust me, that it was old age. Also considering Sparkly 4K was born in this fort. So now we get to find out what our new mayor is going to mandate. I should probably check your likes. You like crowns. Odds are pretty good. We're going to be selling a lot of crowns. Only one tribute? Yeah, it was springtime. It's springtime, not fall. So only the one. That's Busty Jasmack, I think. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Only one in the spring. But, you know, some beer, a flask, and a barrel for the beer. Not a bad tribute. I'm going to be making kale chips tonight because I posted a picture of this on Discord, but my mom has this monstrously large kale plant. Like, oh, awesome. Let me know when you want to do that. Stupid. Hold on. I can give you the role on Discord. There you go. You now have powers to be unmuted in the radio room. But what's the word? I totally lost. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to be making a bunch of kale chips tonight because my mom has this massive fucking kale plant. Like, it's ridiculous how big this kale plant is. But over on the Halcyon Discord, I posted this, which is not actually that. It's about the size of a basketball bag of kale that my mom gave me. That was just the week's harvests. Not even. That was half of the week's harvests from mostly that one kale plant. Because this kale plant is like, its stem is about that big. Like, it's huge. It's like a 7-year-old kale plant. It's this massive kale plant. It can't hold itself up. It's spiked into the ground. It's huge. Huge. Oh, also my manager died. Meaning I need to make Simplex my new manager. There you go, Simplex. And I'm going to queue up a gold statue. One of Simplex. Ooh, which one is the current mayor? The second one, because there's been 2 Simplexes. So this is actually Simplex the second. Details, it's fine. That... So it's before hops were popular. What species? Red beard. I have questions. The elves have arrived to trade, but we're missing a burial, so I will follow the burial instead. I'm actually I'm expecting my new mayor to mandate crowns. Yeah, look at that. So we're gonna have. I'm not gonna be allowed to export crowns, and I'm going to have hundreds and 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 hundreds of crowns, probably. It's so far the candle pixie's getting thirsty. This dwarf needs to work out. They can't even carry their dead parent. And you're hungry. Feels pleasure remembering a fine table. Imagine, chat, putting your dead father into a coffin and feeling satisfied about remembering a fine table. When was the last raid? Oh, so we're in the year 226. 111 years ago. 211 years ago was the last raid, I think. How come? Because I don't want to get raided. We're not at war with anybody. War is often in Dwarf Fortress caused by the player. Raids are almost always caused by the player. We are aiming for longevity, so we keep the dwarves who want to fight trained with sport, and we most of the activity in this fortress is farming, crafting, construction, and trading. Even from goblins? Yep. Goblins won't invade unless you have more than 80 dwarves, and we've never had more than 80 dwarves, so the goblins don't even know we're here. We got hit by a goblin scout party in a very long time ago, but that was just a wandering scout party. So we haven't been at war in a very, very, very long time. Elves will only invade you if you cut down more than 120 trees a year or trade wood with them. I haven't done either of those things, so we're fine with them. Oopsies. Sieges? Yeah, we haven't been sieged in a very, 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 very long time. We've had a few were creatures show up. I have 2 giants in the basement, which we caught when they attacked us. I fought with a couple of were creatures, and they were all dealt with. There is a vampire, which it was of our own creation, who's permanently berserk in the walls, who's an insurance policy if shit gets real bad, which it probably won't. Basically, if I get down to only 1 or 2 dwarves and I can't obtain more, I will turn the last dwarf into a vampire, basically. Yeah, I got two giantesses. I'm hoping to get a giant one day. And I have 3 Ettins, who I've been trying to breed. They don't seem interested. They've been in there for about 100 years, and they haven't bred yet, so I don't think I should be hoping they'll do that anytime soon. I should probably let them out and, like, recage them or something. I don't know. Put them up on the walls. Yeah. How do you cage a giant? With a cage trap? That's like asking how do you toast bread with a toaster. I don't know. Like, with a cage trap. Same with the Ettins with cage traps. It's like, how do you trap a dragon in a wooden cage? Is how you trap a dragon in Dwarf Fortress. It's like a dragon with fire hotter than volcano fire. Or breathing fire that is hotter than the temperature of the sun. But a wooden cage will trap him. Yeah. It's as big as Nicholas wants it to be. As he screams, "I'm a vampire," and runs down the road. Although some things can't get caught in cages. Forgotten beasts won't get caught in cages. Titans won't get caught in cages. But mega beasts will. by also making sure that you have white bread toast dry, no butter. It's a very, very large. Well, I mean, a giant specifically is a giant humanoid monster. Well, okay, no, that's an Etten because I selected the wrong thing. A giant is a giant is a giant humanoid monster with two heads, apparently. But that's not accurate because I keep selecting the Etten. Why do I keep selecting the Etten? Do I? Oh, I understand what's going on here. It's because it's in the cage, and so I can't. Okay. It's a gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. That's a giant. I kept selecting the Etten because I was trying to view it instead of T it, because I had to look at the cage and then look at what was in the cage. Anyway, Dwarf Fortress fumbling with controls. Happens to the best of us. Houdini won't stay caught in cages. Houdini will get caught in the cage, though. Yes. It will. Aqua. It will. Give it another few hundred years, it'll get out. So will the Minotaur. Oh, actually, no, the Minotaur won't, because that cage is made of copper. I mean, Houdini would definitely be a demigod adventurer. Probably a master ambusher, I would assume. And a legendary tactician. Actually, Houdini is just like the Dwarf Fortress cat population. I'm starting to be able to feel my tongue again. It's funny that that's the notification that I'm low now. It's like I don't notice most of the symptoms of going low until I'm like really low, but the first symptom I do notice is my tongue gets numb. Which I find very funny for some reason. Yeah, Houdini is a well-known magician who is very, very good at escaping from things that you shouldn't be able to escape from. He was a very, very talented, probably thief, to be honest. It was famous for... He was the lock-picking lawyer of another age, is who Houdini was. The lock-picking lawyer, but of another age. I wonder if somebody like Houdini would be famous in the current age, because people don't care as much about magicians anymore. Magicians have gotten a lot less cool as mobile phones have come into popularity. The more popular and famous and heavily used mobile phones are, the less interesting magicians become. Because magicians are like so easily dispelled by the internet, I guess. I don't know if any of you feel that way, but... That requires specific viewing angles for it to work as well. Yeah, no, absolutely. The audience needs to be sitting in a very specific place. So if somebody just films a magician from from a slightly off angle, it completely ruins it. And that's all that you need. Plus, you have all these YouTubers who are just like, and this is how they did it. It's like, well, I don't know. I feel like the internet has ruined magic. And our childhood wonder for magic, I guess. Unless you happen to be the CEO of a very big video games company and also a bit of a weirdo who happens to lose USB sticks with very important documents and also your personal pornography collection in a certain chain restaurant of medieval enactments. No idea who I could possibly be talking about. Then you maybe are very into magic and still do magic shows, much to everybody's dismay when you're supposed to be announcing, Borderlands 3 shenanigans at PAX, but instead you do a 2-hour magic show. Yeah, I don't know who I'm talking about. Anyway, made-up person. Doesn't exist. Nobody would ever do that or any of those things. Nerve endings are very sensitive to sugar. Yes, I know this. Yeah, no. The tip of my tongue going numb is the first thing that I notice, and there's a lot of nerves in your tongue, and so when blood sugar goes down, your tongue goes numb. Who could that be? I mean, who could say? Anyways, who could say? I mean, whoever it is, they must be feeling randy today. Yeah. Could be anyone. Yeah, definitely could be anyone. Anyone could possibly have been like announcing a AAA video game or showing off a AAA video game's new trailer, but instead of showing off the trailer, you just do magic tricks for an hour and then show off the part of the trailer. And then the live stream dies and then everybody gets mad on the internet, but like the people at the actual event saw the trailer. The live stream worked fine while he was doing his magic tricks. Weird, right? Weird, right? I also, for whatever it's worth, was not at that particular Borderlands announcement trailer event. I was not there, so I did watch them all leaving though, and that person walked by the smoking area afterwards, and we were like, "Holy shit, it's Randy Pitchford!" Well, shit, I dropped his name. Anyway, enough slander for this portion of the stream, I guess. You've heard this urban myth before? I mean, I was there. I had a friend who was at that event, and we were waiting for him to come out because I didn't want to line up for 7 hours. Like, the people who went to that lined up, like, when the convention center opened, and none of us wanted to line up. So. Yep. I did. I certainly did. Stone. Anyway, yeah, the internet ruined magic. I think the last time, like, I don't think I've thought that like magicians were particularly cool since I was a really anxiety-driven teen. When I had a very brief moment of thinking that Mind Freak was the coolest thing I'd ever seen for about 3 minutes, and then going, actually, this is really stupid. I came down from whatever I was high on at the time and was like, yeah, this is really dumb. The internet also ruined the Bermuda Triangle. I don't know, there's some pretty good episodes of Mayday on the Bermuda Triangle. You liked David Copperfield? I remember watching videos of David Copperfield on early YouTube and thinking it was the coolest shit. So I liked David Copperfield, and I was born in '94. Yeah, no, totally. It's amazing what you can do with mirrors before, like, television is super widespread and you can control camera angles. Yeah, I've watched those tricks. I had one friend who, growing up, who was super heavily. I am. Yes, removing the wrong windows. I had one friend who was heavily into that era of magicians, who was particularly fond of David Copperfield. Do I not have any rock crafters? I might not, actually. Rock crafters are kind of useless. How old are you, Dwarf? 144. Loading cage trap, and I saw a dwarf just hauling a dead weasel. I wonder if they caught a weasel. It's possible. Don't quite have enough glass to do that whole thing, so we'll just do a few extras, but that's it. And then I need to make more glass. Continue building this. Although I am kind of ruining it by going up and around the river, but I can't really dig out the river. I haven't decided what material I want to fill this up with yet. It's either going to be like water or it's either going to be pumped full of clean water eventually, or it's going to be filled with lava. I haven't decided which. Although lava's going to take me like another 100 years to actually do it safely. Maybe not 100 years, but 50. Actually, it'll probably take me 400 years because I don't really want that many cavern layers active. Longdeath lava lamp. Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to do the glass lava lamp thing, but in order to do it, I'd need to open up every single cavern layer probably unless I cheat, which I don't really want to do. Not super down with cheating. I don't know. We'll see. Although I've had some pretty convincing arguments that I should cheat from Clinodev, who is just like, yeah, but like, there's no way that like word wouldn't have spread from dwarf to dwarf just where the cavern layers are. Like, there's no way in hell that these local dwarves who've lived here for X amount of years haven't gone wandering off map and down into the caverns. It's like, okay, you make a perfectly good lore reason as to why we would know where those caverns are, but also like, cheating is cheating, so I don't know. I'm torn. Good win, Peter. Good win. I mean, he might have. If Houdini was alive today, he would be a YouTuber. Like, straight up. If Houdini was alive today, he'd probably be a YouTuber. He'd probably be a YouTuber with like 2 million subs who talks about magic tricks and fools people on the street. Like, there's probably people on YouTube right now that are as good, if not better, than Houdini was at sleight of hand. Like, I was kind of joking when I stated that Houdini was just the lock-picking lawyer of a couple hundred years ago. But, like, have you seen the sort of locks that the lock-picking lawyer can just, like, make fall apart in his hands? If that dude, like, wanted to make it do some sort of like escape magic tricks, like he could easily do that. TikTok star Houdini, exactly, right? Like, there's probably somebody on TikTok that's doing that shit to a similar level of craft. There's probably somebody doing that. Need these dwarves assistance. So, I don't know. I don't watch any Magic YouTube, but I know that it's popular. I know that people do watch Magic YouTube quite a bit. But then again, people watch a lot of things on YouTube that I don't watch. Isn't really picking those locks? No, he's picking those locks. He's okay. The lock picking lawyer is just showing you how he's doing it, right? But if he used sleight of hand and those same tools, which he could do, he could just make locks magically fall apart. Especially like the older antique locks that he picks, where he's just like, yeah, you just need like a small piece of metal and you just jam it in here and push the thing and it pops open. Like those antique locks that he's picking would be probably better than the ones that Houdini was picking. So he's just simply explaining how somebody like Houdini would have done it. That's all. That's all I see that as. I'm just getting rid of bones that I don't need. That's not Meph's mod, but yes, there is a mod pack. The thing about Meph is a lot of mods are attributed to Meph where they're not made by Meph. Meph made a tile set, and Meph made a launcher that launches mods, but most of the mods that are in his mod packs are not made by him. Most of them are just like they're mod packs, so they're made by other people. The thing that lets you play DF in first person, you're probably thinking of Armok Vision, which was made by Rose? Question mark. I think that's their name these days. I don't know. I have a hard time keeping up with people's internet handles. Anyway, Armok Vision is like a viewer. It doesn't really let you play Dwarf Fortress in first person, but it lets you look at your forts in a 3D space, similar to that old Minecraft export thing that was made ages and ages and ages ago. So it doesn't let you play Dwarf Fortress in first person. It lets you look at Dwarf Fortress in a 3D space, but that's about it. So you made rice while singing. Why am I was just like I'll just pull out a random Black Eyed Peas song. But then I remembered I can't actually remember any Black Eyed Peas songs. For some reason, the only one that's coming to mind is Let's Get It Started, but the uncensored version, which I shouldn't say on my stream. So, but Let's Get It Started is pretty okay. The uncensored version of that song is very strange in 2020. You imagine it would look like Weird Wolfenstein? I would say it looks uglier than Wolfenstein because Wolfenstein has coherent art. It's more of just like a perspective renderer. Like the reason for Armok Vision is you look at a thing and then you can go into a different art tool and pretty it up. It's useful for making 3D renders, but that's kind of about it. Yeah, no, I mean, if we're talking about like visualizers for DF, which like you don't really play the game with those running, they're more like just to take screenshots. But the one that I actually do think looks nice is Stone Sense. Stone Sense looks nice. It's not a ray tracer, but there's nothing called a ray tracer. Maybe ray tracer would be like the gender bent version of tracer. So the Minecraft thing doesn't quite work anymore. It hasn't worked in a very long time. That's why I said used to and referred to it in the past tense. That is a little wild. Zapdos. I kind of wish that thing still worked. Because it would be really nice to, you know, turn this fortress into a Minecraft server. That would be really cool. But, you know, they living. Are you speculating that that would be cool? I mean, I don't know if I'd want it. Like, it would be such a different game. You'd lose so much of your spatial awareness, right? I don't know. There's a lot of things that people are like, I want this. And I'm like, I don't understand why you want that. And, like, first-person mod and, like, different perspectives is one of those things where it's just like, everybody's like, oh, I want it in isometric. It's like, that would be so much harder to control. It's like, I tried to play fucking No Moria. It wasn't pleasant. Thinking about what it would look like? Fair. I mean, I think it would probably look like if you're talking about what it would look like, it would probably look like something close-ish to either like a Daggerfall or maybe even more like a Legend of Grimrock, considering it is turn-based, but... It would be an incredibly clunky, slow, jagged, unpleasant to play version of Daggerfall. Because you'd still get the text popping up on the screen from everything that everybody in the local vicinity is screaming at you or petting a dog. Biscuit's sub to my channel. In the past. I don't know if he is these days, but Biscuit used to watch this stream a lot. Yeah, I know who Biscuit is. Biscuit is a big RimWorld fan. And, watches a lot of RimWorld streams. So every now and again pops into my chat. Every now and again. By digging out floors. I lost interest in No Moria when I tried playing it. Because No Moria manages to somehow be more visually accessible, but somehow clunkier to play than Dwarf Fortress. Not really. I know more famous streamers. Like, there are streamers who are more famous who watch my streams frequently. I was name dropping earlier when I met Tony Hawks, so you want me to continue name dropping? Because I can do that. Although people just mistake me for Linus Tech Tips all the time, which I think is really funny. Every single time I get a comment that's just like, did they write their own ray tracer? No, but they're more famous. Biscuit is like top tier Finnish YouTube. You missed an Odd Realm stream? I haven't streamed Odd Realm in like a year. What are you talking about? If you squint, how does squinting change the way my voice sounds? I have the opposite energy of Linus. I think people listen to my update videos and think I sound like Linus. But like every time I get a comment that's just like, is this Linus's like secret Dwarf Fortress channel? I'm always like, it would have like 500,000 more subscribers. And it wouldn't be a secret if Linus had a Dwarf Fortress channel. Also, Linus wouldn't talk like a complete moron every time he did talk about Dwarf Fortress. When he's just like, is it that? Like, actually hearing him talk about Dwarf Fortress hurts me a little bit. Because he knows nothing about this game. Not his type of game, which is fine. Turning down the radio helps you find the place you're looking for? I mean, it makes you focus a little bit more on what you're actually doing. But yeah, no, Zapdos, you haven't missed any Odd Realm streams because I haven't streamed Odd Realm in a very, very, very long time. I launched it, but I haven't streamed it. What? Do I need to get sponsored by NordVPN? I need like another 300 concurrent viewers to get sponsored by NordVPN. I'm not nearly that cool. They don't want no 81 viewer stream. They want like 400 viewer streams. Division, Common Practice. That's a good name for a book. Ah, man, I wish my eyes would work. Ballista arrows, at least some things never change. All right, let's wait until those ballista arrows are done and then we're locking everybody in the tavern. Late spring. Now we're into summer. Yeah, it's funny. I have a friend of mine who every so often will just be like, "Oi, do you have a NordVPN coupon?" And I'll just be like, "No." No, I don't. I don't have a NordVPN coupon. Sorry. We do have some here's the thing. Greats, yes. Ballistas, no, because I still can't sell the ballistas. Greats, on the other hand, I will be able to offload all of my supply. I don't know how many I actually have, though. 2 or 3 a year actually isn't that much. Please don't get sponsored by VPN companies that spread lies to grow your fears and encourage you to do things that break your terms of service. I'm not sure about the terms of service thing, but yeah, I don't like a lot of VPN companies. I probably wouldn't take a sponsorship if I was offered. Also, I heard you the first time you sent it. Well, I mean, now I just sent him Kiri's link, because Kiri, one of my teammates, is sponsored by Nord. So I don't know if I should talk too much shit about Nord, but I don't use Nord. I use a VPN. I don't use NordVPN, though. But it is kind of incredible the amount of fear-mongering that a lot of your VPN companies do. And I wouldn't quite say lying, but it does often feel like they're just blatantly lying about what they do with their your information. They're like, "We don't keep any of your info," and then they leak all of your info, and they're like, "We didn't keep any of your info," and I'm like, "Sure you didn't." Fucking sure you didn't. Reading a book by Animal. I'm really curious to see if my books are going to deteriorate into nothing, because a lot of my books are showing some wear. Be afraid, it's profitable. Hey, Chad! If you don't give me $5 right now, a ghost will jump out and scare you. Thank you very much for the $5 scouters. Thank you very much for the keeping that sub alive for 31 months! It's a long time. Cheers. No, we keep your info very safe on our servers. Fuck, I just got spooked. I know, right? Ah! It's been a minute. It's been a minute, Caldris. It's good to see you. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for continuing to watch the streams. On and off. In your free time. When you're available. And around. I feel that, Pilot. I fucking feel that. I felt that one in my bones. Every single day! Did we get those ballistas done yet? Working on it. It would need to be a different boo. It would need to be more of a boo. All right, we've got humans here to trade, sir. See how many greats we have. Kind of a lot, actually. Time to get rid of the mayor's clothing. Or the old mayor's clothing. Sparkly, you were a good dwarf, but I'm throwing out all your old stuff. Welcome, humans. And you womans. Work meeting? That sucks. Do what you gotta do, man. I'll be here and whatnot when you get back. I mean, I live in a reality where everybody's tracking my information because I literally kind of give my information away for a living. So, I mean, if somebody want...
No, he was too slow. Save me from the ghost.
Oh no, that's so scary. Thank you very much for the $5. Cheers, Aqua. It's our first tip of the day. Thank you. Ugh. Sounds great with the... I love hate that voice because like that voice is really funny, but also sometimes it says things I'm like, what the fuck did you just say? Like, I'm sorry, I didn't understand a word of that lady. But you know. Here come all the greats, all the greats, all the greats. It's like 4 pages of greats, which actually kind of is less greats than I was sort of expecting. I know I did install a bunch of them above ground, but you need 2 more ballista arrows already. Really? Really? Already? I can't ever find French Canada on the map. Keep looking. It's there. Just gotta... Just keep digging. You'll find it eventually, I swear. My mayor who demanded having a bronze door in their bedroom is finally getting all of their stuff removed. That's a lot of stuff. Yeah, not too much. Some cartoon taught you that? Then it's probably accurate, frankly. All right, what can I not... Okay, I can't export crowns. I'm going to have to make crowns, and I can't export crowns. How old is Simplex? Not even that old, I don't think. 106 years old, so up to like 60 years of crowns. Oh boy. The voice to text on tips is still French Canadian, yes. Text to speech on bits and subs is just normal. Or I think Chantel is her name for the normal tips. Or not bits and Twitch related things. Demanding these cigarettes and getting actual crowns. I just need my cigarettes. Yeah, I know what you mean by a box of crowns. I used to buy boxes of crowns for a manager of mine at a job I used to have. She would just give me a $20 bill and tell me to go buy her a box. So I'd run across the street and buy her a box. Oh, right. All of the other things that were full of the mayor's clothing as well. Got that cabinet, that cabinet, that cabinet, that cabinet. Oh boy, this is going to take a minute, actually. This is going to take us a while. Not going to lie. That new Phoenix Point DLC has some pretty cool artwork for it. Festering the Skies. Like, just this image, it's really good looking. Like, look at that. That shit looks real cool. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't super enthused by playing this game, but, Not saying I'm going back to Phoenix Point, but that looks really fucking cool. Do you play on its back? I think you play on its back. Okay, that's badass. That's pretty fucking cool. Cloth images of crowns. I mean, I could I could only sell figurines of crowns. Like mini crowns. I don't know. I got no reason to dislike my mayor, though. My mayor seems fine. Yes. I could make figurines of ballista arrows. It's an image of a ballista arrow. Done. Done. There you go. Rock figurine of a ballista arrow. How's things in the Dwarf? The Dwarf is, well, I mean, it's pretty good. My mayor died after a very long reign of a very long time. I can't remember exactly how many years they were mayor, but they were mayor for a very long time, which is sad, but it's okay. So we have a new mayor who's Infinity Simplex. I don't know if Infinity's around, but Infinity's our new mayor, so that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool, I would say. I mean, I just left it with that name, but I could name it whatever. Technically, there is a muted volcano running behind this, so that's kind of fitting. Also, I don't think they sent the Royal Treasurer this year. God, I'm gonna have so much crap to sell them. Again? No, not again. Still. Still the same volcano. The camera moved. The lava flow got a bit intense. Just a bit. It's a little bit bubbly right now, too. Maybe the Royal Treasure hasn't been replaced yet. Probably. Yep, no Royal Treasurer. No Royal Treasurer. Strike the Earth? I don't know why we're striking the Earth. More like screw the surface. I am volcano. So it's volcano. Also, chat, I'm going to stop for a second and just remind everybody. Thanks for all the resubs and the support today, but because we passed Monday, that leaderboard is reset. So it only costs 1 penny to get number 1. Just saying, if you happen to have a bid on your account, 1 bid will get you that number 1 spot until somebody beats you. Just saying. I'm finally starting to be able to feel my tongue again. Talking's difficult when your tongue is numb. I talked about this earlier already, but like I'm still just like kind of nervous about how that pricing stuff is going to end up shaking out. I'm sure it'll all be fine, but still. Stuff's a little scary. King wants 2 ballista arrows. What's my, Oh, okay. So you know what? I need another manager. Because my current mayor spends way too much time reading. Axon the Second, you're my new manager. Thanks for the 2 cents. Redbeard, cheers.
This is Sparta!
The $3.02. Cheers, man. Thanks, Redbeard. Jack, can I get a round of beers? Hey, Nervicious, what's up? I need to pour more coffee. I've transitioned almost entirely to iced coffee because it's gotten kind of warm recently. Yeah, I'll probably be in iced coffee mode until the end of the summer, unless the weather decides to stop being so goddamn hot. And there you go. Wait, what? Why were what? I literally just told you to go, you know, manage and do work order stuff, but you didn't. So it's $3 with my 2 cents in it. Yes, is what just happened. Oh, of course, you're putting your clothing away first. Yeah, that's very important, Dwarf. Got to put your clothes away before you can get the table assigned to you, right? Holy shit, you're a messy dwarf. Look at all the clothing in this bedroom. Just all over the floor. Just doesn't. It's just like me. You know, does laundry and just throws the clothing on the floor in front of the bed. Good job, dwarf. Very classy. I'm a little bit annoyed at the slow rate in which this dwarf is doing the thing I need him to do, so I'm just going to make you do that and that so we can just get those 2 ballista arrows done for the king. Lickety split. I think that might be one of my favorite recent books in the Fortress is the book written by the king about the king. Kade Machine Hollow, Problems and Solutions. It is authored by Kade. Some more purple. Thanks for the more purple. Cheers, Nervicious. It concerns the dwarf Kade Machine Hollow, the Fortress Longdeath, the Mudstone Mug, the Skinny Apex, the Eternal Adventure of Time, the Stainy Hall, and the Okur Guild. The writing has a touch of melancholy, and it's somewhat self-indulgent. Overall, the prose is amateurish at best. Written by my king. Named after my king. It's one of my favorite books in the fort. Checking to get a couple more beers for the purple bits that are blinking in the chat. Thanks for the $1, Nervicious. I need to sneeze. Twice, in fact. Book about king and king's life. Does anybody want to be one of these merchants? They're not official citizens, and they're a bit older, but we do have 3 available merchants if anybody would like one. I didn't get my microphone muted in time for that one. I'm sorry. Ah. Now my eye's twitching. I need to go blow my nose. BRB. Apologies. Yeah. Okay, I can breathe again. Hi, Formal. Can you be the youngest of the three? I can get a Murchy Mal in here for you.
See how he
133.
bites off the shell to
Whoa!
get at the nut?
Hello, Quevinair. Jeez, dude. That's a lot of bits. Thanks for the $30. Cheers, man. Christ. 133 is that, Dwarf? You've listened to me a lot. I don't know why. I feel like I should apologize for that. 169 on that one. Ugh. An old dwarf. 147. Give back a little bit for the entertainment I provided. I mean, thank you.
Twitch RPG paid me. One other for a choo-choo.
One more for a choo-choo. There you go. That there's a hype train. Thank you, Quevinair. Thanks, B-Luck. Damn. There you go. Hype train. 144. Looks like we're getting 133.
It's
Animal.
what I got in the wallet, and
You got in the wallet. I mean, don't throw the whole wallet, man. That's dangerous. Like, especially if it bounces off your screen, like it could fall back and hit you. Hope you're doing well, Formal. Murchimal. Within the last season, she felt wonder after communing with the god of vomit and death, I think. Skeletal male dwarf takes the form of disease and death, not vomit and death. It's the Church of Vomit is the name of the religion that they worship. She personally values the tranquility and a peaceful day and finds artwork and values artwork, is put off by family and doesn't feel strongly about the law, but of course dreams of mastering a skill like any good dwarf. God of hangovers, basically. Oz, thanks for chucking a sub out into the ether. Cheers, man. Just thank you for doing that. She is 133 years old, born in the 20th of Limestone in the year 98. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids, her eyebrows are incredibly high, and her large irised cobalt eyes are close set. Her ears are broad and her nose bridge is somewhat concave and her head is somewhat short. She is romantically involved with Kogan Gembolt. Welcome to the fortress, animal. Also, you like lead, yellow Sespertine, Pyrus, picks, and the word. Okay, so you like picks and lead. I'll give you some of this stuff. But thanks, Haas. Since you made him a special tile set for DF. Speaking of, we need to use those tile sets soon. We need to use those tile sets soon because it's almost it's almost my birthday, meaning we need to whip out the bad tile sets.
Aren't dwarves exceptional creatures?
They can be exceptionally frustrating creatures. Classic B-Lug prank. Classic. It's just a prank, bro. Whoa! Thank you, Covenair. Chucking out 3 more subs into the ether. And Vim, thanks for the $2. Cheers, man. Thank you much. You've never seen what a hype train is? So it basically, we call them scam trains. You get PNGs, .png files that you can throw at people for leveling up the hype train. The hype train is leveled up by people throwing money into the hype train in the form of bits and subs, resubs, gift subs, and all that shenanigans. So that's what it is. It's basically just a loud reminder and yell that, hey, streamer needs to pay bills, and this is a way to help streamer pay bills. And the more money that gets thrown at it, the more emotes get unlocked. That's literally all it is. So you're getting emotes basically in exchange for you throwing money at me, which you will immediately forget you have and then never use again. Which is how they are generally for me. I'm like 6 months later. Oh right, I have these. And it, plays the fun animation and whatnot. All right, the dwarves are all up here. Everybody get up here. Celebrate, please. Aqua, thank you for chucking out 5 more. Bringing it up to level 4. Now, if it stays on this level, you can get a spider emote. Clipped it on the phone because you're removing your PC, and it's because you're moving your PC is now boxed, and that's why the only way. That's why it's the only place you're logged into your Discord. Oh, really? What even did I say in that clip? Which one is this? You've listened to me a lot. I don't know why. I feel like I should apologize for that. It's true. I do feel like I should apologize for you listening to me a lot. I'm sorry that you had to listen to my dumbass voice for so long. So you can't. So you're asking me to post it on Discord? Okay, well I'll go post it on Discord then.
Chip away at those bills.
Chip away, $1 at a time, Narvicious. Thank you very much. I mean, we have to support the poor Jeff Bezos fund because after all, every dollar you spend on Twitch, Jeff Bezos never even notices. So it's very important that we keep the Bezos funded. Absolutely. So throw all of your Bezos bucks at streamer. I'm still kind of of the opinion that Jeff Bezos probably doesn't even know what Twitch is. So. Retiring, that's one way you could say it. It's one way that you could say it. But guys, thank you very much for the hype train. Seriously, thanks for all of the bits, Quevinair and the gift subs, Aqua and Quevinair and Vim and Haas and Formal and B-Lug and everybody. Thank you. Pilot with the $5 earlier. With a big bonus on top of the big bonus. Yeah, I mean, it's just like that CEO from GameStop who retired recently, who left the company with $172 million. It's like, whoa, that's a lot of money. That could have gone to some of your employees. But nope. Oh, he probably. I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked at his retiring on his $500 million super yacht. Which one, Critty? Which one? Yourself sitting in the customs factory cabin for over 20 minutes and someone tries to snipe you as you try to escape and Can't imagine that because I've never done that. You only need a couple years of Twitch RPG. I mean, they're just fucking JPEG. I could send you the JPEG if you want. Well, I could send you the PNG image for whatever that's worth. You could just have it. Then you don't need to worry about waiting a couple of years to unlock it because you'll just have it. It's sort of like, yes, you could buy that non-fungible token, or you could just right-click and save as, you know, and then still just have it. So who cares, really? Truly, who cares? Vinsati's brewing more drinks from fruit. B-Lug supports the stream directly through Patreon, Quevinair, so he doesn't need to worry about giving Amazon money. Thank you very much for chucking out a sub. One of those landed on IDZ3 who deserves it, most definitely, so thank you. Oh, instead of NFTs? I mean, yes, that too. There's a lot of things you could do with that money instead of, you know, buying NFTs. Stone's depressed again. All right, time to get his squad training again. But thank you very much for the hype train, everybody. Cheers. I wonder if we'll get Spoder emote. Because that's what the level 4 one is the spider emote. But thank you, everybody, for the hype train. No, I didn't get the... It needed to be one level higher. Whatever that is. Looks like a dog face. Dog face! There you go. Well, thank you very much for the 11 subs and the $36 in bits. Cheers, you mad lads. Choo-choo. Cheers. Also, Animal, moving sucks. I hope it goes smoothly. And thanks for clipping that while on your phone. Also, back up to 299 sub points. Pleasure after a sparring session. Cheer up, Stony. I know that this dwarf is just super whiny, which is fine, but I really wish that they were a little bit happier on average. But I wish I could say that about a lot of people. And we just need to get all of that booze upstairs. Yeah, your poor girl. She gets all sad pretty frequently, but fortunately, she has a very quick fix for it. Like, see, she's already happy again. Like, it's been maybe a day in game. Like, she's already, like, no longer got that down flashing red arrow. I really liked the last hype train emotes, like the hype swipe and hype miss and all that stuff. Those are all really good emotes, but I'm not sold on the dogs and the pets. I don't know. They're not the greatest. The only good emote in that set is the parrot. "52 years old? Yep. 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 I mean, lots of people, you know, join jiu-jitsu for stress relief. So I think that, you know, beating... I think that fighting with people in a wrestling ring is a pretty good form of stress relief. Many people could say. You know, so some people go to they learn MMA as a form of stress relief. You know, whatever works, right? They're good combos, just no one ever uses them. Although, actually, I do see Hype Sneak pretty frequently, actually. That's one I see relatively often. They're discussing rainfall. Would you look at that? They are discussing rainfall. The topic being discussed is the origin of rainfall through evaporation and condensation, is what they are discussing. Probably clouds, too. Like me sitting in my garden is therapeutic. Sitting in my garden is very therapeutic. But yeah, all of that kindness there aside, though, chat. Over the next few weeks, I'm searching for a couple sponsored deals. I'm kind of juggling a few potentials right now, just to pay for all of the office upgrade stuff that I'm doing. Geometric objects, lines, circles, triangles, and so on. I need to read all of these. I don't think I've looked at all of the things that they can ponder, but there's a lot of like text in there that I haven't seen before, so I should look at those. Oh, the best sound ever is shaking a box and going, "Yep, there's definitely Lego in that." That's the best. That's the best like, what's in the box feeling. What are the upgrades? I bought a bed. It's less like upgrades and more I'm moving. Different games in the week? Yeah, basically. I'll be playing a couple sponsored games over the next few weeks. But I bought a bed, Axon, which is going to go there, where my, which is not very helpful, but like where my desk used to be back when I had the bookshelf behind me. And I'm getting rid of my old bed, and I'm moving my office into there. So I've got a whole bunch more sound foam. I might get a green screen. I'm buying lighting. I'm getting another table as an extension for my desk. I'm buying another bookshelf for out here. I bought a second record player, which I'm going to use for streaming, and still have my old one to use for personal use so I don't wear it out as quickly, and also so that I can have one in my office and one that's not in my office, so I don't need to be in my office to listen to my records like I do right now. And yeah, that's basically it. It's not going to be any huge upgrades that you guys will notice, but it's more background stuff for me. You wish I could have another run at documentary nights. I mean, in a world where the way DMCA is now, I don't think those will ever happen again. Like, all of those VODs got muted. Investments are open. Chat, if you want to invest your tickets. Well, I'm going from a queen-size mattress and box spring and frame down to just a mattress and a stand, a twin XL. And I'm getting one of those memory foam mattress in a box things. And humans have arrived. It's paperwork season. Stone. It's paperwork season. The humans have arrived. Of the weirdest... stop. Elon intended to make money to buy up enough Tesla stocks to buy away from Elon. Elon from his CEO spot at Tesla. That is exceptionally stupid. Do not give that crypto coin any money, please. Just invest in ADA instead. Those are literally just fucking scam Ponzi schemes. Don't even do it. Just do not give people money for that shit. I mean, it's just like that stupid fucking Shiba coin. The only reason it has any value is because the people who created it sent 500 million to the founder of Ethereum, and then it got out into the news that he had 500 million worth. I'm assuming you got that, by the way, Stone. And then it got out into the news that he had 500 million of this stuff in his wallet, and they were like, it has value because this guy has it. And then now people are buying it, and it just wasn't something that he paid for, but people only bought it because they realized that he had it in his wallet. Yep. Don't buy fucking stupid coins like that shit. Just don't even do that. Yeah, basically, Quevinair. We already have one Elon Musk. We don't need two. Exactly. Although, if you want to send me Bitcoin, there is you can actually do that. There is a link to my wallet. And if you want to send me an altcoin, DM me and I'll send you my thing. But, I don't know. I try to not talk about crypto too much on here because it makes me mad. It's like I know about it, but I don't know. Oh, hey. That's a very small one. A plumwood training axe and a nickel cage. That's a very, very, very small Council of Men tribute. Damn. You already... Instructions unclear. Spent all of my savings on Dogecoin. Well, I mean, I have a Dogecoin wallet. If you want to send me some Dogecoin. Actually, now that there's more people here on the topic of money, is anybody here looking forward to the regional pricing changes for Twitch? Like, is there anybody here who's going to actively benefit from that? And if you don't know, Twitch is implementing regional pricing. I might move my food storage soon. Let's see, do I have any glass right now? Nope. I think I need more charcoal. Invest high, sell low. I think you might have that mirrored, man. I mean, somebody from this channel was mining Dogecoin in like 2015, and to my knowledge, did really well recently. So, because he had thousands of Dogecoins. So, I missed the beginning half of that, Zapdos. Somewhere on the side of the street. Not again! Oh no! Kinda just want to make Rock Crown. Just kinda curious as to why that's not getting done. Also, I should only just queue up 2, not 10. Yeah, no, crypto's this weird fucking dumb thing. Stray animals and dumpster surprises are back on the menu, boys. I mean, hey, you can get some good stuff if you hang up behind nice restaurants. Like, apparently the subscription thing will actively benefit you. What country are you in, Zapdos? Rubs you the wrong way, even if it benefits you? I think it's the most consumer-friendly thing Twitch has ever done, but I think it's kind of terrifying to streamers who depend very heavily on subscription revenue. And I think it's very scary for streamers who depend heavily on subscription revenue that are in countries where the amount that their subscribers will be paying is about to change. That is kind of scary. But I think it is one of the most consumer-friendly things Twitch has ever done. Frankly. The rodents are fat. I mean, you know, just go punch a couple pigeons. You'll be fine. Just take out some pigeons, you know, and you will be a-okay. Pigeons is pretty good eats. We need more charcoal and more wood. And we've got the dwarves coming in. Sell all of the large stuff, sell that, sell the large gems. You know, I might just sell all of my barrels. Because I've got quite a lot of barrels, but I don't want to have any wooden barrels. So I'm just going to get rid of all of my wooden barrels. Local alpha hobo. I don't think anybody has ever been referred to as an alpha hobo, but no, that's not what it means. It doesn't mean they'll be paid in USD anymore. I mean, I could switch my currency to be paid out to Canadian money. That's not what it means. It just means if somebody from Mexico subscribes, the amount they will be paying will be the equivalent to about $2.50. So I will still get the same cut of that amount, but the amount that I get is going to end up being like less than $2 instead of what I currently get for a $5 subscription. So you could still get paid in the U.S. currency. That doesn't matter. That's not changing. And I will keep getting paid in the U.S. currency because I'm not going to change that. But that's the fear is like, so if you have a very heavily Russian subscriber base, then suddenly it all changes. Also, Kavish, the liaison from the Mountain Homes, our new liaison, who showed up last week. There's much to share. They've updated the maps. And we're going to request more wood because I need more wood. No, it doesn't. It's not going to change anything. It's literally not going to change any, like Twitch changing their prices is not going to affect the States at all. US prices are going to stay exactly the same. So no, it doesn't affect you. I don't know where you heard that, but I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Goodbye. Good dwarf. Let's make a bunch of rock pots. That's not how that works, no. We still get paid in USD. Like, you could be paying in pesos right now. No, you are misunderstanding the whole thing. So they're not going to be paying us in pesos. That's not how that works. They're going to be paying us in the same way that they always paid us, just we're going to get a smaller dollar amount because the total value, like, so if they're paying $2.50 for a subscription, $2.50 US equivalent for a subscription, instead of the $5 US equivalent for a subscription, we're going to get the same cut of a less amount in US dollars. Von Roland, thank you very much for the 40 months with that Prime sub. God, that's a long fucking time, dude. Thanks for sticking around, continuing to watch these streams, whatever they are. Cheers. And a Riptorus with the 18 months. Cheers, man. You think you get it, but you can't explain it. For whatever it's worth, Steam does the exact same thing right now. Steam does the exact same thing right now. Also, I should start making more cloth. Because Norway money is worth a different amount so that you would be giving him a deal if he sent you the same amount. It's the same reason I can't send my friends game from the US games. And Twitch gifting and Twitch subscriptions are going to get weird like that soon. Which is going to be weird because, like, supposedly you'll be able to gift subs to only your region or pay the American equivalent, so gift subs might end up paying the streamer more. We'll have to find out, Quevinair. We'll have to find out. Because, like, it might end, like, there are situations where it would be cheaper for somebody to gift somebody a sub and then them send them, like, the money behind the scenes. So I don't think that, like, someone from Russia will be able to gift somebody from US a subscription to a channel, for example. I don't think they'll be able to do that. Based on reading that article. That's how it reads anyway. Which is not cool, in my opinion. That part really sucks. But that's just what comes with regional pricing. It's just like one of the realities of regional pricing. And it's something that we're going to have to figure out how to deal with. But that being said, like, it's going to make it possible for some people who never were able to afford to subscribe on Twitch to be able to subscribe, which is really cool. You know, like, I live in a country where subscribing on Twitch is like $8 fucking. So it's like, and Canada's not even getting like our price adjustment, which I think kind of sucks, actually. Like, it's quite a lot of money to subscribe. A tier 2 subscription is like $14 here. Like, I don't know. I can't quite say if I like it yet, and I won't be able to say if I like it until it's been around for a couple of weeks. The thing that, okay, this is the part that's actually weird. It's only for regional non-US locations. I mean, do you want me to give you the article again? There you go. You can go skim through it if you'd like, Aqua. That might help. But the thing that's kind of scary is we're going to lose money, right? Streamers are going to lose money. Twitch is saying this. They're saying, we're going to pay out the difference for the next 3 months. So every single time there's an adjustment for 3 months, Twitch will pay out the equivalent of whatever I've lost, assuming that that will give it time to correct itself, right? Assuming there are enough audience members watching from those regions that they can subscribe now will, in theory, correct for it, right? But I know you were, and I didn't think it was funny, which is why I just gave you the article rather than acknowledging your joke, Aqua. So like the scary part is if I stream 4 days a week less than I normally do, or 4 days a month less than I currently do, I don't get that money. So in order to actually get that payout, I need to keep streaming the same average amount that I do without any significant declines in the amount that I stream, which is crazy for people like me who stream a lot of hours. So if I decided, man, June, I'd like to take 2 weeks off, which I was genuinely thinking about doing a week ago. I can't do that now. Just period. Like, at all. Because, well, I will lose out on all of that correction money until this is over, basically. until they're finished transitioning all of this stuff over, which is really scary. Like, really, really scary and really, really sucks. Especially for people in regions with, like, majority audiences. There's this person who keeps commenting on my YouTube videos about how they're amazed that I haven't watched the Star Wars animated series. And all I can say is, why do you care that I haven't seen a children's show? Get slip, animal. Keep moving safe. It depends on the share of the correction that represents your pay. I mean, yeah, it depends on how much I'm losing. That's really what it matters. Or that's really what matters, is how much I end up missing out on. And there's a dead owl. H2O seems to have murdered an owl. Literally, The merchant strangles the great horned owl's throat, tearing apart the skin. He strangled it to death. Broke its spine. A major artery has been opened. A tendon in the spine has been torn. Continued strangling it, continuing to tear apart the skin, continuing to tear the spine until he snapped the spine. Literally strangled a great horned owl to death. That's intense. I'm sure they won't. Well, I'm sure they will, but they'll do it in a way that it's tricky to follow because Twitch's back end is a mess. It is terrifying, Clivener. It is terrifying. But inevitable. But it is indeed terrifying. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of this stuff is just a lot of unknowns, right? So, like I've said in the past, I don't think it's actually going to affect me personally that much. But I don't know. It's still just, it's weird. They start hacking down those trees yet? Nope. I think it's because all of my woodcutters are training currently. Let's get Aqua on that. Go pick up an axe. Go pick up an axe and get out there. And go fell a tree. After you're done processing plants, apparently. You know, I don't think people really intend this, but when they get shocked that I haven't seen an animated series or something, or like a specific movie, and they just constantly comment that I haven't seen it, I find it very funny. It's like half my team hasn't seen the Blues Brothers, which is fucking fine. But it's just, it's very funny that someone is so upset that they've commented on like 4 or 5 different videos. It's very funny. Lion hasn't seen Basket Weavers, the animated series. No, I don't watch children's TV shows, Quivener. I don't watch children's programming. And yes, I'm aware that the Star Wars animated series is supposedly very good, but I also don't care to fucking give Disney money and watch 9 or 8 or 9 seasons or however many fucking seasons of that stupid show there is. I'm waiting. What am I waiting for? No, I don't know. No, there definitely isn't. I was just playing along with your joke. I was just playing along with your joke, okay? I was rolling with it. Although I'm going to go to the Google and type in Basket Weavers animated series. There is the Art of Basket Weaving, which isn't animated, but it is. There is 9 seasons, 20 episodes per season on PBS. So that exists. It's not animated, though. It's just basket weaving. It's just actual basket weaving, which significantly more interesting, in fact. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality, probably, Ducky. Okay, why aren't these dwarves making fucking crowns? I'm very perplexed by this, dwarves. Why aren't you making crowns? The king is asking you to do one thing, and it's make crowns. So go make crowns. So they're not getting assigned? Are they insta-canceling? What's the problem here? You've been playing too much Dwarf Fortress, Ducky. You've forgotten how English works. Craftsmanship is the way the word's actually supposed to be said, not crafts, weave, ship, or whatever. Does anybody else have a hard time saying craftsmanship after playing hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of Dwarf Fortress? Because I automatically say craftsmanship now. It's a problem. That would indeed imply that there is a sentient race called Weave that are capable of crafting. Weave dwarf ship? That's... What? Looking at this game that was just linked to me. It's like 2D DRG. No thanks. It's on Discord in game news if anybody wants it. Don't we all, Ducky? Don't we all? Notice that happening with you too? Yeah. At least I'm not the only one. Because oh, there you go. You're making a rock crown. For some reason, rock crowns are not getting assigned to... Actually, I think I know why. Those are blocks, though. Let's cancel that. It's weird. Manager is not assigning jobs to Craftsdorf shops for some reason. But yeah, no, we're going to be doing to anybody who missed the start of the stream chat, today we're going to be doing a little bit of variety outside of Longdeath. We're doing the 101th episode of Longdeath, which is today. The 100th episode went up this morning on YouTube, which is wild that we've done 100 of these now. And then after this, we're going to be playing around with the graphical demo of Soul Ash, because I'd like to get a little bit more gameplay on the YouTube channel of that game. And then later tonight, I will be doing some stuff with Evil Trick. I'm making him get up at 2 o'clock in the morning. To be fair, he offered to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and we're going to play some totally accurate battle simulator. So, also, chat, there's this game that popped up by Landfall, which are the people who made Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, called Rounds. Rounds. Now, they call it a roguelite, which I think is fucking stupid. But what it actually is it's a 1v1 platformer with kind of randomly laid out maps. And at the end of every round, you get to pick a perk, which gives you kind of Binding of Isaac-esque effects. Does it say 102? It should say 101. Fix that. Anyway, it's like you pick little abilities and power-ups. And Chico, thanks for the raid. It's not even like that at all. But anyway, it's very cheap. And I feel like that would be a really fun game to stream with viewers. We could do like viewer games. You could just blow me up. And I don't know. It's super cheap. So it would be impulse buy for some people. How was your stream, Chico? How's things? How's the forts and the stuff's been? Hope your stream was good. If you guys don't know Chico is taking charge of the Spanish Dwarf Fortress community on Twitch. So if you speak Spanish, go watch Chico. Good to hear, man. Glad things are going well. Nice to see people picking up steam. Longdeath is going. It hasn't made me start longing for death yet, but maybe we'll get there. Maybe we will get there. Hello, party people. What's up, Gary? Costlord has given birth to a boy. Would you look at that? It's the best. You know what? Just for the raid. Baby Chico. Welcome to the fort, Chico. It's a rouge. That's what it is, Gimper. It's very much a rouge. Rouge, speaking of rouges, when do you start the new doors job, Gimper? Chico is a son of Costlord and Socksmell III. He is an ardent worshipper of Ono and a worshipper of Ingush, the embraced roses. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. He's incredibly muscular. Muscular for a baby. That one must have been a hell of a kicker. His hair is dry. His sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is neatly combed. His medium-length hair is neatly combed. He has a round chin, and his ears have small lobes. His hair is ecru, and his skin is sandy taupe. His eyes are cobalt. He personally believes war is preferable to peace in general, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of creating a masterwork someday, which means, as a baby, he lies in his mother's arms, and because war is preferable to peace in general, he screams a lot whenever he doesn't get what he wants. A hunter as yourself? I mean, prefers war, so maybe we can set him to war against the emus and wolverines that attack my unicorns every year. Crosslord, we could probably do that. He has no ambition whatsoever and is often sad and dejected, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and finds obligations confining, and he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he can handle stress. He is stubborn and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to be passive in discussions and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. And he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he tends to think before acting and needs alcohol to get through the working day. That's Chico, Costlord's brand new baby boy. Muscle baby. Don't Google muscle baby. I have a feeling that would be bad. What hallelujah. Welcome to the fortress, Chico. You'll be here for another 170 years. Welcome to life. We preemptively apologize. I'm sorry for making you. Well, you know, so you, Cosslord, you were commenting that he's a hunter just like you. You're going hunting with your baby. Also, I don't know if this is necessarily the safest place to be hunting. You were literally hunting on the roof of my fortress. What are you hunting on the highest point in my fort? Are you just like hanging out here showing your baby like the whole we're doing like the Lion King thing where he's just like, all of this land that you see is ours for hunting. What are you even doing, dwarf? You're gonna drop your baby off the edge. It probably is a great view, frankly. Let's get the dwarves up into the taverns. So we're into late autumn. I'm just imagining a dwarf going, ah, Sylvania, da 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 da. What year is it? It is year 231, meaning the fortress is 226 years old. 226 years old. It's an old fort. I named I named Chico after a baby dwarf that was born right as you guys raided. I can't speak Spanish. I can translate it to English though. Google Translate says that you said, "Did you name one of your dwarves after Chico?" Yes, I did. I did. Because so actually this is a fun little life hack for anybody who doesn't know about this. If you right click on Twitch chat and click translate to English, it'll translate Twitch chat to English. So if people are speaking in other languages, you can read it anyway. They might not understand you, but who cares? Yeah. Or if you have the Google Translate extension for Firefox. Which is an extension you can get for Firefox. Works really well with the Russians you hang out with. Yeah. How many dwarves do we have? We have 30. So we're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. So it's all about keeping the population low. Yeah, it's super helpful, Bastet, for like translating any web page. But I use it in real time for Twitch chat quite frequently. Because I frankly don't care what language people speak as long as everybody's being polite. And generally, in my experience, everybody's polite. Some people are just like weirdly hostile about people speaking other languages in their chat. I don't care. Just like realize I will Google Translate it. And if I don't if you say something rude and I'm Google translating it, I will call you out on it. So that's basically it. Make sure nobody's stuck. But yeah, this is a pretty small population fortress because we're just trying to live as long as possible. There's celebrate and celebrate please. Celebrate please is like 1/10 of the size and only allows one room. But yeah, this is the whole fort. We've got the giant above ground tavern area, the actual fort itself, which is a giant hole in the ground. And we have the main layer, the basement, coffins and statues, the maze, and then extra mining layers and drainage all the way down to the caverns. I don't get that very often, but thanks for the compliment. But yeah, and then the cavern is just filled with dead things. Like, filled with dead things. Dozens of forgotten beasts and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of blood. There's no forgotten beasts down here right now, though, and there hasn't been any for a while. I'm waiting for us to, like, get out of the Age of Myth, because we haven't left it yet, which I think is actually kind of weird. It's a very nice big hole in the ground, yeah. Knocks. Take that out of context. No, it's I decided to go with the pit fort because my founding dwarves all dreamed of seeing the great outdoors burned to the ground and converted into a great mining pit, so I created a great mining pit. Maybe I took that a little bit too literally, but we did make a very big mining pit. And we mined in it. You remember all the mudstone? Yes. All of the mudstone. Good times. I love how just like 2/3 of chat is not in English right now, and I can't even tell because it's all just instantly translated. Take that out of context? I mean, Nox did literally say you have a very nice hole there, so. I mean, take that out of context. With sunlight? Imagine someone does a Longdeath-esque pit that deep. No, not really. I don't want to say Dwarf Fortress is disappointing in that regard, but to give you an idea, there are vermin animals, there's small animals, there are medium animals, and then there are large animals and giant animals. And the only difference is what they have equipped. Like an elephant is a large animal, a bear is a large animal, a cow is a large animal, and a lion is a large animal. And the only difference between a large animal lion and a large animal cow is a lion has a mane and claws equipped, whereas a cow has teeth equipped. So a cow is just as dangerous as a lion, but it's less likely to bite you than a lion is to scratch you. So asking if any of the animals have any interesting interactions with sunlight, no, not really, because the only difference between a cadaverous cave crawler and a lion is a cave crawler has a gaping maw equipped instead of claws and a bajillion little arms. All non-English speakers have to do it at least once. Yeah, well, totally. That's fine. Only if that's a bull, not a cow. Cow no horn. Bull have horn. Bull has horn. Bulls have horn. Cows don't. Meaning it's impossible for a cow to create bullshit. They would create cow shit. I sometimes think I'm way too funny, but I'm not. But yeah, no, I haven't done a pit style fort that deep down to the third cavern layer, Quevenair. But what I have done is I've done magma pistons that go through all three cavern layers, which is pretty fun. Those are pretty fun. You laughed? I'm sorry. I hope it didn't hurt you too much, Imper. I know it's very painful. All right, chat. So, I've been streaming for 4 hours and 15 minutes. Can magma? Okay. Waiting. Be put into minecarts. Yes. I know that's not a dumb question. Have you never heard of a magma cannon? That's when you put magma into a minecart and then you push the magma minecart down a really steep incline, and then it whips around a couple times, slams into a wall with a fortification in front of it, and then the lava goes and shoots out everywhere. You want to get real fancy, you put magma and giant spiky iron balls into the minecart, because you can just like stack like 150 of them into the minecart and fill it up with magma and shoot flaming hot spiky iron balls at things. Also, I want to know what those wooden spiky balls are going to look like in the Steam version of DF. Speaking of a wooden spiky ball, how you doing, Freskins? It's good to see you. But yes, magma can be put into minecarts. Magma can also be put into buckets. Magma can also be put inside of your rib cage. It's whatever works. Truly. I hope you're doing well, Freskins. All right. A spiky ball magma cannon. Yes. I need some food. I'm hungry. So I'm going to go quickly grab myself some lunch. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Missed 100, but you're here for 101. I mean, it's good. It's good to hear that you're here for 101. But like I said, I'm about to go take a real quick break. I'm actually not gonna grab a sandwich. I'm grabbing rice. I have rice from this morning that I made. So I'm gonna go get me a bowls of rice, and I will be back in a minute or so. I need to weigh some rice. But thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. If you haven't and you have access to it, could I get a round of beers, or just type in the beer emoji or beer word beer? And if you have sound commands, now would be a good time to use them to entertain the chat. I will be back in a minute. I gotta go get food. It's all of lunch. I may need to add the Arabic word for beer to the bot. I saw that pop up on my phone when I was over getting food. I need to untranslate chat, and then I can copy paste it, in theory. Okay, let's see if I can even add this to my bot. Let's see if my bot comprehends this. Probably does. Hey, El Naso. How's things? I don't know if this is right, so I'm guessing. Actually, hold on. Let's just... That's the word for forbidden. I got it backwards. Damn it. Hold on. Let's try this again. Is it that one? I'm copy pasting Arabic, which I don't speak, which is very difficult. Yeah, I give up. I mean, I could just make it the word forbidden, but I don't know which one is just beer. So yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Although I think forbidden would be kind of funny, but I'm not gonna do that. No longer being 10 seconds behind. Is the new computer running? Is it working, El Naso? Do you have it up and functioning? Just gotta punch some things into my phone so I know what I stabbed myself with. Sometimes my injections really fucking hurt, and it really fucking hurt today. What's the first thing that you're gonna run on the new computer, El Naso? Many words for beer in Arabic. Yeah, it's not a language I am familiar with at all. Like, I can kind of pick out characters in Japanese and Korean. I can like identify words in German and read bits and pieces of German, but Arabic is like way over my head. Way over my head. But let's see what Google translates this to. Let's see what it pops up as. Because I could do it. I just need it to be the right word. Oh, that one just means booze. That's kind of funny. Look at this one. I mean, I could just make them both work. Huh? That one translates to vintage. Interesting. Other translations are wine, booze, red, ferment, sour. I'm staring at words I don't recognize, and it's interesting. I'll make this one work, though. There you go. Now that works. If you want. Not quite a direct translation, but... Temps went from 25C to 65C worth. I love how much temperature running Twitch requires. I try my best, man. Try my best. I would have a very, because the font is incredibly detailed and your eyes aren't as good as they used to be. I feel like if you didn't learn it from birth, like if you're used to reading English, I feel like Arabic would be a difficult alphabet to learn. Some of those mean lager specifically. Really? Do you speak Arabic, Reskin? That's one of the few I don't actually have. Well, not with the little doohickey over the E. I can make that work in a second, though. Try it again, Lake Bear. That'll work now. Why did I read potato editing? I did a little potato editing. All right, now my actual food. Rice. Oh, fair enough, yep. What? I literally just added that. Okay, bot being stupid. I don't know. I don't know why that don't work. Although maybe you just tripped it up. Hold up. Let's see. Bot! Please, you have one job. I'm holding a bowl. You're making this difficult. It already exists. Okay, apparently it's a command, but bot doesn't want to do it. My bot doesn't like French, apparently. Yeah. Does it work with accents? No, I mean, I have other more complicated characters than accents, and no, that won't work, because that's a different character. Or rather, the bot reads it as a different character. So I've got all of the dwarves locked in the tavern, library, their bedrooms, and the kitchens. So they're just living up here and in the tavern, hopefully making friends, and hopefully making more babies, so that we can have a more guaranteed next generation, which right now we don't have. We have a somewhat guaranteed next gen, but we need these dwarves to not be lovers, but be married. That's what we need. Oh shit! Blue Water and Tiny Goliath hooked up. That's adorable. Like, that's what we need to see. We need to see these dwarves getting together. Like Taurus over here, who's lovers with the king. Also, the king wants me to make ballista arrows, which I'm not doing currently. No. But maybe the bot was programmed in the UK. Actually, it was originally programmed by Onkart. I'm not sure where he's from. I want to say Onkart's American, but... Me, like, I don't know if you were here the last time I streamed, but somebody tuned into my stream for the first time in, like, excuse me, in, like, 6 years. Not realizing it, but had left my, had left my stream chat in his IRC for the past couple of years and had 10,000 hours on my stream without realizing it. I think it's very funny. I wanted to ask if Longdeath has ever had battles with Forgotten Beasts. Yes, I actually still have its skull. Well, we fought with one Forgotten Beast due to an oopsie on my part. But many Forgotten Beasts have fought. We fought with a Forgotten Beast right here. And there's the skull right there. As for the actual beast itself, I'll be honest, I can't really remember what it was. But I know that it could fly, and it was pretty scary. We pretty handedly handed its head back to it, and we butchered it. There's most of the Forgotten Beasts are like either killed each other or are like this one and trapped. But most of the Forgotten Beast contact happened around year 100 to 120 to about 140 was when most of those showed up. We also had several were creatures. I don't think that there's any were creatures in the world right now because we were getting little lag spikes for a bit. Excuse me. We were getting little lag spikes for a bit every single time the full moon would come around, we'd get a little blip of lag, which usually means there's a were creature in a populated space, because a lot of people are getting infected. That stopped happening a long time ago. So I'd be willing to bet that currently there are no were creatures in the world. But it's hard to say. Would be full of forgotten beasts. I was hoping we would get titans, but you have to be down in the caverns to find forgotten beasts. You also got to remember that this world is very small. So while yes, there are forgotten beasts, there aren't that many. But no, there's dozens of dead forgotten beasts in the basement. Like if I go down to the basement, as I said, most of them fought with each other. But if I go down here, let's just count forgotten beasts. Need to look for flickery name letters. That's a forgotten beast. Stustrobes. It's a coral beast. Luthschutz. Theti Ekbu. That's 3. There's a giant leech. 4. There's a few in the trees. There's a magma man. I want to say that's what it was. Vafes Katutzli. Creature made of magma. There's a few over here too. Nope. They're both limited. There's another one over here. Because when the Age of Myth is over, the majority of them have been killed. We're still in the Age of Myth right now. So because the age hasn't changed, it's highly unlikely. Gremlin from Air, how long ago was that? I mean, we need... There's a very, 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 very small chance the elves could bring a gremlin to trade. And if they brought a tame gremlin to trade, then we could trade for it and feed it and keep it in our fort. And all it would do is wander around and talk to people because they have no moods and they are intelligent. So there's a very small chance we could, in theory, potentially, possibly end up with a Mayor Gremlin in this fortress. And we all think it's very funny, so. A cavern of forgotten corpses? Yeah, literally. At some point, we'll go down to the 3rd and 2nd cavern layers. Not yet, though. No reason. The more space that the game is tracking, the more lag. So it'll slow time down. Wasn't that long ago, Lake Bear. I don't normally eat rice because it takes so long to eat at the computer, but here I am. Early winter, eh? I should probably let the kings out, or the dwarves out so they can go do the stuff for the king. Celebrate, please. Everybody hang out in just the tavern. Maybe until midwinter. And then I'll release them. They're not even allowed to worship. They literally are just allowed to socialize. They're not allowed in their bedrooms either, so they're sleeping on the floor. We'll see you when we see you. Aqua, thanks for hanging out, as always. Cheers. But yeah, in like less than 2 weeks almost, or just over 2 weeks, is my birthday. And I'm going to be doing a charity stream. And I'm actually going to be reaching out to the Dwarf Fortress community in over the next few days to help them prepare this. But I need stupid tile sets. So if you know a dumb tile set, or if you've made a dumb tile set, send it to me, because I need stupid tile sets. What I'm going to do for my birthday is I'm going to do a pretty long stream, probably like 12 to 13. Right, yeah, I need to send you all of my emotes, don't I? I'll do that. I'll do that tonight, Beluck. I'll get that done. But the idea is that for my birthday every year I do a charity stream, right? And last year we raised money for JDRF, which is the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation. But this year I want to raise money for Doctors Without Borders. So we're going to be raising money for MSF. But the incentives are going to be every X amount of dollars, depending on how many tile sets I end up with. I'm going to make the tile set for the game that we're playing that much more stupid. So these are what we have right now. We have this wonderful nightmare that was created by Blug in chat. We have this fucking nightmare that was created by Blug in chat. And this fucking nightmare that was created by Blug in chat. So if you have stupid tile sets, or make a stupid tile set, send me your stupid tile set, and I will use it. I've already downloaded and set up the Matrix tile set, complete with the Matrix green colors. So yeah, Blug made those. But we're going to be making more. And it'll be fun. And the dwarves are getting thirsty. All right, get out of the celebration room. Somebody spilled some wine. A pool of wine. There's 2 others in the making. Excellent. So yeah, chat, if you know anybody who's got the skills to make a stupid tile set, or if you want to make a stupid tile set, or if you've seen a stupid tile set, send me links, because I need them. I need them. Don't cry over spilt wine. Don't whine over spilt wine? I don't know. I'd probably use it. Knox. But like I said, I will be going to Reddit and the wider DF community asking people to make me stupid tile sets. Just for fun. And then I don't know what I'll do. I'll do something with the fort. I'll think of something. I'll probably do another charity fort where I just give everything away. And it'll probably end with, you know, body parts flying everywhere, and it'll be great. Oh, please don't. Not just my face. You know what you should do? You should take a really zoomed up picture of my face and make like a flesh tile set where it's just like part of my left eyebrow is one thing, and like my nostril is a dwarf, and like my left nostril is a military dwarf. Do something like that at the very least. Don't just make it just my face. Come on. Instead, it'll be like a flesh monster nightmare. Not gonna lie, that would actually be kind of awesome. That would actually be kind of great. But yeah, no, that's kind of where we are at on that. I'm looking forward to it. My birthday every year has been fun since I've started doing this, so. Take a high definition image of you and format it as a tile set. Sure. I should ask Krugsmash if he could make me a custom dumb tile set. I wonder if he'd be interested in helping with that. And then you try to... Oh, you have to, like, build all the items to make your face? No. No. Well, here's the problem with that, B-Log, right? Is because every so often I'll be changing tile sets, it won't matter. It won't last very long. No, but what if we made an elf tile set that's the movie Elf? As in, like... As in, like, the movie... No, 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 no! Why can't I find the box cover for it? No! As in, like... This movie. Just because everybody loves Will Ferrell, right? God, he looks so young in that image. No? You guys don't like the movie Elf? Well, then you'll have to pay lots of money to get rid of the tile set that I'm going to make for it now. That kind of reaction? Maybe I should start on that one. Start on that tile set as an incentive to get off of that tile set quicker. Regardless, I don't know about you guys, but I think it's going to be a bit of fun. I'm looking forward to it. It's nice kind of taking a community and banding together to raise money for things that are good. The instant thanks I hate it tile set. The tune in and instantly... Okay, so don't make an elf tile set. Okay, fine. Fine. You guys just don't like fun then. You guys are down for the Shrek tile set, but elf, that's too far. Just, I hate it. Not even thanks you hate it? Man, that's gnarly. That is gnarly, dude. Someone should make a... Not, like a Toy Story one. It's all it's a DF, it's a Dwarf Fortress tile set, but it's all Mr. Potato Head. Yeah, I don't know. Chat's just got weird takes in this regard. I mean, as far as Will Ferrell movies go, that's not even his worst. Like, it's not great, but it's funny because I don't hate elves at all. No, I think elves are kind of awesome in DF, actually. I love how different they are from other fantasy fiction. Totally fair and understandable, Pilot. I actually think Will Ferrell is a pretty funny guy. But he's in a lot of really bad movies that are not funny. You like civs that drop usable loot in adventure mode? I like them in fortress mode because they bring big pets. Like, I have an army of unicorns in this fortress, and it took me like 100-something years to assemble it. Which I got from the elves, you know? A lot of the funnest crafting material. Like, I've made musical instruments out of, like, legendary godlike materials that I traded for from the elves, which, I don't know. I find all that stuff fun. Like, I really like a lot of the trade materials that they have in Fort mode. Have built a toxic response? I'll say this. I have a less negative response to most Will Ferrell movies. Like, I'm just kind of indifferent when it comes to Will Ferrell movies. Bad Adam Sandler movies, though, I have that response to, so I understand. That being said, I love Adam Sandler when he's not in comedies. I think he was extremely good in Uncut Gems. I will never forget the day that one elven trader brought me a giant elephant and a giant lion. That was a good day. Fucking African elves bringing the badass stuff. Hopefully, Vim. Hopefully. I've never seen it. Be long. How it goes? It goes. I think. It goes. How warm, Shadow? So it goes a little further today. Well, B-Lug. Enjoy the ad-free viewing again for 30 days. Thanks, Pilot, for gifting a sub. Cheers, man. A free hour of pay from work. How does one manage to finesse a free hour of pay from work? And riding giant axes. The scariest things I've ever seen elves riding was they were riding undead giant crows. They all just, like, that was one of the few times I straight up just lost to elves in a fight. Because they just swarmed in. There was like 200 of them and they flew over my walls and just into the fortress. Kind of, yeah. Elves are pretty badass in Dwarf. I know people like to hate on them because it's the meme, but it's like, my god, they're kind of awesome. Like, yeah, them wearing wood is a little silly and they're kind of eco-terrorists, but like, man, some of this shit I've seen them do is pretty awesome. It's like, what are you getting sieged by? Elves. Oh, that's easy. Yeah, they're riding undead giant crows. Oh, it's like a murder of elves. I'm sure something might happen. Well, that's great. Giant zombie crows are a clear sign that the gods hate you. It's a clear. It's definitely a today I fucked up. Yeah. You might be wondering how I got here. Well, it's a long story. But congrats on finessing the extra hour of pay. Also, be like, that's 24 months, by the way. 24 months. So technically, that's your two-year resub. You just got gifted. 2 years. 2 goddamn years, man. Two goddamn years. We're working on more coffins because I know that I'm gonna need them. Let's also collect sand. We'll do 100 of that. They never did make that rock figurine. They can. I don't actually know why they're not making stuff at craft store shops when commanded to. The jobs just aren't getting placed for some reason. It's very strange. She murdered 30 goblins with her bare hands. Whoa. Just an elven dancer, eh? That's kind of awesome. Armed goblins. Did she disarm one of them? Like what was she had to have had like a very high miscellaneous object skill of like a heavy instrument or something. Or was she literally just punching them to death? Who was first to redeem the first thingy? Today? I'm scrolling up. The pilot guy. 89 was first today. But she had no weapons. She became pretty good wrestler, I guess. Yeah, no kidding. Huh. She must have been extremely agile and had like a lot of fitness from all the dancing, I guess. That revive individually? Wait a second, really? Huh. I didn't realize that their arms come back. All right, chat. So, seriously, please explain why this is no, Nikki doesn't care. Nikki only wants side cheese today. Bug bites aren't that bootylicious. Argonian invasion. Now the sentences make bread? No. They can't. Flooded mines still have shrimp paste. Darker pizza tastes. Does anybody want to finish that sentence? No? Okay. If you want to add to that, go to my Discord and add words to the Add Word Stories room. Yeah. And it'll be great. And it'll be great. Darker pizza tastes burnt? You know, you're probably right, actually. I have a feeling people just type in whatever they're thinking of, you know? And if they happen to be eating a pizza, they type in pizza. I really like the add random words room in the Discord. It's one of my favorite rooms in the Discord. Just because, like... Just because it's kind of like a string of consciousness from the people who watch these streams, that it's kind of funny. Kind of entertaining, I guess. At least I find it entertaining. Spring has arrived. Last year, our mayor died. Will we lose somebody today? That is the question. Hmm. And the annual tribute from Busty Just Smack has arrived. Nobody has died, I don't think. Us. Never mind. Wait, what? Is just happened? Really? Cost Lord, no! No. Cost Lord was only 150. But, fortunately, Cost Lord had baby Chico before Cost Lord passed away. It is very sad that we have lost Cost Lord today. But, baby Chico will live on. At least you still have Dad around. Who's 144. How old was your mom? 157. 157. For some reason, I thought that she had more years left, but unfortunate. Can you have freeways too? If you're okay with it being a potentially really old merchant. The other merchant that died, I was expecting to die. The reason I was also Lizards was found at. Oh my God, we're losing a bunch of merchants. 3? That's 3 merchants that died. How old was Lizards? This one died while pushing a wheelbarrow. What a way to go. The wheelbarrow is still there. Oh, you were pushing the wheelbarrow as you died. Man. Upper body is gone is always the description of any dead body. You should look at anything that's dead in Dwarf Fortress and it'll say that their upper body is gone. Ah, man. Fortunately, we had baby Chico first. Yeah, anything that's dead, it'll say that their upper body is gone. Even if they died of old age, it'll say that their upper body is gone. I don't know why that is, but it's the case for everything that's dead in Dwarf Fortress. If you look at their description, it'll say that their upper body is gone. Even if it's something that like doesn't really have an upper body, it'll say that their upper body is gone. Even if it's like a blob forgotten beast, it'll say that its upper body is gone. Man. Sad. Time to go get a boat. What? Hold on. Before you go get the boat, what are you going to do with the boat? Are you going to go paddle like out in or drive out into the road? Or yeah, tribute. Sorry, my bad. Have they not made it down yet? Oh. I think he's carrying a wheelbarrow. Hasn't made it yet. He's just being slow. Sorry, I was too busy paying attention to all of the merchants that I just lost. Just in case. Okay. It'll get down there eventually. Had cross-race breeding? Don't we all? I think it's peak comedy the way ghosts exist in DF. Ghosts are so funny in DF. It's 1 iron wheelbarrow. You know what's funny is I've sold them iron wheelbarrows. I wonder if I made that iron wheelbarrow. I wonder if they just gave me one of my iron wheelbarrows back. Because I'll bet you they did. You'd think he would have just, like, you know, wheeled it up to us. You'd think that would be much quicker and easier. Yeah, I had a ghost militia commander once. Yeah, I once had a ghost in my fortress that joined my military and was completely controllable as a normal dwarf and went on several raids with my dwarves until finally, like, floating off into ghostliness. It even had a sword equipped. I mean, who's to say that the humans don't break rules? Come on. As if the humans don't break rules. As a human, I can confirm I've broken many rules in my life. Oh, if you wield it instead of carrying it? Instead of, like, I thought you were talking about, like, bringing the thing that I gave them back. But, yeah, I mean, that's probably against the rules. You took a bus without paying once and you felt bad? I've definitely taken the train without paying for a ticket before. I've definitely done that. Not in a long time, though. Hello, King Critty. You stole a few pizzas? I stole a lot of food from work when I worked in a fast food restaurant. Like, a lot of food. A lot of food. Like, I don't think I pumped... Whoops, that's a thing that just opened up on Steam that made sounds. I don't think I once opened up... or once punched in any of the food that I took in the last, like, several years. And I ate food there almost every day, so... And there goes the dwarf. Goodbye, Cost Lord. Oh, is that Critty's alt account? I was about to say, it's funny that you're named Critty, because there's another Critty who watches this stream, but if it's Critty's alt account, that makes even more sense. Your dwarf is still alive, which is a miracle considering a bunch of dwarves just died. But you're only 114 years old, which is really young for a merchant, so you've got a lot of years left. Here comes nobody important hauling another dwarf to the tomb. We've lost so many good dwarves today, it's not even funny. It's actually hilarious. And the elves have arrived to trade once again. There's a buzzard flying out of the fort. Only 3 elves? You're like a 48-year-old dwarf. 50. You're like a 50-year-old dwarf who's like acting like a normal person. How you liking the hobby now that you're in? Stupid. How does it feel to be jumping into the hobby and becoming one of us? Just don't be like me and own multiple record players. Actually, I need to find a table to... I need a desk height table to put in my new office next to my desk. Yeah. It's a thing. Record collecting is a hell of a drug, and I love it. One of my favorite drugs, I could even say. Do what you gotta do, Freeways. And Freeways, we can get you Freeways too, if you are okay with a if you are okay with what's the word? Merchant. And otherwise you gotta wait. $75 worth of records the other day. Really? What records? I really, really wish that record labels had affiliate programs because I would make money. I would make so much money and make them so much money if I had, like, imagine if I could get you guys like a 5% coupon to X record label. Man, it's just not the kind of marketing they understand that exists, which really sucks. They brought a unicorn, a flying squirrel, fluffy wumbler, and I think that's about it. I'll buy 2 cotton shoes from them. You'll wait for baby ways? All right, I'll keep that in mind. We'll try and get some baby ways up in here. Your God is Dead by Unconscious. Ooh. Not familiar. Feel free to share pictures and whatnot in Discord of records that you pick up. Because good record collections are pretty looking. Yeah, I might buy another one of the same shelf that I have and lie it down on its side for right here once I'm all moved into the new office, which will probably be the 28th, so in 10 days. Because that's when my new bed arrives and when my old bed gets taken away, which is when I'll suddenly have the space to move over there. I getcha. Cool, King Critty. Hey, K. Bailey. I've got quite a few records in the mail right now. Some piano music. I've gotten pretty obsessed with a jazz label that I really like. It's the label that Mammal Hands is signed to. And I really, 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 really like a lot of the music that gets put out on that label. So I kind of want to own more of it. Well, I mean, it's not really new office space. In 10 days, my new bed arrives. And when my new bed arrives, I move my office to where my bed was, right? Like, that's all it really is. Because I've already bought the new bed. I've already bought the new record player. The record player will be here in 4 days. But I won't set that up right away. And we'll move over there when that happens. And I am looking at some IKEA furniture that I'm going to get for out here. And I need a new table to go in there with everything else. So I have somewhere to put the record player in there. Some more low tempo, relaxing records. Let me give you a link. You want some, like, amazingly beautiful music? This is the label that I'm talking about. I really, really, really want to get that album, Music for Film and Theater. And I also really want to get Portico Quartet stuff. But I don't have unlimited money to just be throwing at LPs, unfortunately. Only sometimes. And it's not unlimited. It's very limited budgets. It's like, well, I have $80 to spend on records this month. And I'm already spent through. Yeah, that's one of the labels that I'm not allowed to play stuff on stream. Or their parent company is Warner Music. So I haven't even asked. Because their parent company is Warner Music, I'm not even going to bother. But they put out a lot of really, really, really good jazz and a lot of really, 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 really beautiful music on there. A lot of somber, slow stuff. But doesn't stop me from playing it on Discord, so. I don't know. I'm still pretty sure it's cheaper than my dad's old model train sets were, so. As far as hobbies go. I mean, like, you know, we live in a world now where where Twitch now has a very strict 3 copyright policy on streams, right? So it's like, if I get 3 strikes, so if I stream an album 5 times and there's 5 VODs of that album and that one record label decides to strike me for every single one of the times that I played it, then my channel's gone and then my livelihood's gone. So it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, I do secret streams on my Discord from time to time, which is literally just I pop up a Discord stream, but I will play records that I enjoy, that I don't have the rights to play on Twitch. On Twitch, it's just video game soundtracks and music that's like explicitly Twitch safe. But, you know, that's also part of the fun of record collecting is I have the work stuff, which is, you know, the video game soundtracks, and then I have the stuff that's just for me. By 78%? Dude, flip it. just sell it. Make a profit. Do it. No, don't. Keep your CPU. Also, Volcano been smoky. Look at that. Look at that beaut. That is beautiful, actually. It's a lovely shot. Wow, that's actually a lot of lava. It's getting more violent. Damn. Did it just cave in? Almost looked like it did. Nature's wild, chat. What are you hauling, Dwarf? What are you hauling? Because you were moving really slowly. Oh, you're hauling an iron wheelbarrow. Probably the one that was given to us by the humans. You should have bought a dozen. Yeah. I mean, that's going to happen to solid state drives next. You can thank Proof of Storage crypto coins for that. Fortunately, there's a large stock, but the prices of solid state drives have gone up 20% in Canada. The drive that I bought for 160 is now almost 200. Just under. It's like 189. For a 1 terabyte SSD. Oh, they are tax write-offs. Yes. That was a very fun conversation to have with my tax lady. All right, so they are watering the baby. Dump water on the baby. Baby Chico's been watered. You're 1 year old. 5th of Timber. Come on, get up. I really hope that this... Oh, I didn't feel anything after experiencing trauma. You can already handle the stress of watching his mom die. That is so sad. This poor baby. Ah. I wonder where that'll go. To the moon. With the prices of storage. But yeah, no, all of my audio equipment, all of my audio repairs is tax write-offs. Records that I'm not streaming on Twitch, I don't write off. Records that I stream on Twitch, I do. So all the video game soundtracks I do write off. All of my audio equipment, The portion of my apartment that is dedicated, air quotes, office space is a write-off. My heating is a write-off. My power is a write-off. My rent is a write-off because it's all office space. Or rather, because the 8 meters squared that I use as office space is a tax write-off. So that percentage of my apartment for power, water, etc. is all written off. Yeah, this baby's gonna go places. This baby's gonna go down to the gutter, like me. I don't know. We'll see if baby Chico will grow up and do well. I feel bad that this baby was born and less than a year later his mom dies. It's just like, oh, that's so dwarfy. That's so sad, but it's so dwarfy. You know what I mean? Like, it's very Dwarf Fortress. No, a pretty normal dwarven upbringing would be baby is born and then baby charges into battle as a shield that mom is using. Baby gets smacked against several goblins. Mom's head gets taken off by a forgotten beast, and then baby grows up on a pile of dead goblin corpses. That's a normal baby dwarven upbringing. This is a luxurious upbringing. These are some good tips. I mean, if anybody wants tips on how to fucking live at home and go insane and go crazy and work for yourself and not have a boss, you can talk to me. One of the funniest things that I ever was told about freelancing and working for yourself is freelancers or people who own their own business and work from home work extremely goddamn hard to never work a day in their lives. Why is there a single stair right there? What? How long has that been there? I am very confused. Seriously, how long has that stair been there? I mean, I know people who take that stuff way farther. Like, I know people who will buy specific clothes for while they're streaming. Like, they'll buy like fancier shirts and stuff, and they'll write off their shirts. I know streamers who will like write off the food that they eat during lunch every day. I don't go that nuts, but like there are some pretty. Like, I know somebody who does a weekly stream of him working on his truck so that he can make all of his truck upgrades tax write-offs. Because he's making money streaming his truck, like him working on his truck. Because he has an antique truck. So he just takes his streaming setup into his, I don't know if it's not a loophole, it's literally just how the industry works. It's just owning a private business. It's not a loophole, it's just being financially intelligent. You know, like one of my teammates, Dyer, was talking about his taxes recently in our private chats, and he basically, to an extent, said that like almost all of his income is put back into the house that he owns, because his fiancée, or his partner, they're getting married soon, so. But she is a nurse. She works in the medical field, right? So she covers most of the expenses outside of like house stuff, and he puts all of the money that he makes from his stream like into the house and into like the business, air quotes. So he operates at breaking even so that he has massive tax write-offs and almost owes nothing, even though in theory you would owe a lot more taxes. So she gets a refund, and he barely pays any taxes because he just spends all of the money on the house, basically. Which is like, you know, a good way to do it, right? Like that, it's not a loophole. That's just being financially intelligent. I think a loophole would be like you're supposed to pay taxes, but instead you route it elsewhere so that you don't. Also, I feel bad because Formal was here earlier, and I didn't tell him that his dwarf is 12 years old and about to become useful. Although both of his parents are dead, so that's unfortunate. Although the only bad feeling he has is that he was annoyed after the lack of dining tables and felt uneasy after retching on miasma. But, you know, little baby Formal growing up playing with a toy boat made of bronze. Good kid. What a good kid. But yeah, I don't know. The thing that like I guess people need to remember is like I've done this Twitch thing since like as a form of income since 2014, right? I've done the Twitch thing since 2013. My first ever stream was technically in 2012, and I've been doing this as the majority of my income since 2016. So I've been doing this for a while. Yeah, I've been here a while. But it was from 2013 when I really started at it until 2019 where it actually became like a livable income. That's how long it took for this to, well, I mean, it was income before then, but actually being what I would describe as like something that I could live off of without help, it took until 2019. But we're here now. Volcano's still smoking. Guys, the planet's vaping. If anybody wants a link to the volcano stream. There's a link to the volcano stream. All right, King is happy. Late spring's done. Let's get some more glass put into the tower as it goes up. Invest 10 SSDs. Investing in SSDs. Imagine investing in SSDs. Still can't shake the idea that if there was a mountain there last week and now there's a molten hole in the earth. We need to remember that this is Iceland, and that is a very active patch, right? That is always erupting in some format. This just happens to be a particularly big one. And it wasn't last week. Like, that's been erupting for like 3 months, 4 months now. It's just gotten particularly big in the last, like, 15 days. So it's not that weird. It's just pretty if you're not used to looking at it. Like, this isn't quite like, you know, like a Mount St. Helens situation or, you know, one of those bigger it's nothing like the volcano in the Philippines either, you know. It's like it's a very kind of a very different thing, but still fun to watch, you know. And while you know it's not quite on topic with Dwarf Fortress, volcanoes are pretty dwarfy. Come on, volcanoes are pretty dwarfy. Pretty dwarfy. Oh shit, the first Forgotten Beast in a while. The Forgotten Beast Ongul has come. A gigantic three-eyed scorpion. It has 3 stubby tails and it appears to be emaciated. Its dark brown exoskeleton is rough and cracked. Beware, its poison is sting. I have a feeling that our scorpion friend is going to die to a troglodyte because rough and cracked. Also, it's in a tree. I was hoping it would fall out of a tree and explode. Yeah, it looks like it's stuck in the trees, actually. Oh, no, it's down. It got down. I mean, it may be a dwarf's last friend if they get embraced by it. We'll just let that thing spend time down there by itself. It'll be fine. We can pretty safely ignore that one. I don't know. That's a good question. Like, are those tails with the extra stingers or not? Is also a question. I do not know the answer to. I do not know the answer to that question. I'm not super familiar with how Forgotten Beast Anatomy works. They're little, yeah, they're little fluffy rabbit tufts. They're just little poofs. 3 little poofs. Don't forget the bunny ears that it's wearing too. We're not here to shame that scorpion though. That scorpion is dressed exactly the way it wants to be dressed, and if you say so otherwise, when you learn the truth, you will regret your words and deeds. That scorpion breathes through its skin, Chad. If it put clothes on, it would suffocate. Are you regretting your words and deeds yet? Because I am. But that's besides the point. The poofs of doom fear the fluffy wiggle. We shall never survive the tufts of fur. The fuzz is powerful with this one. Actually saw a bunny yesterday. There's so many bunnies outside around here in this part of town. It's actually like kind of crazy. They're all domestic rabbits too. Like they're these cute little brown fluffy looking bunnies or white bunnies. And they're everywhere. Everywhere. It's part of the reason we have so many coyotes. The poofs of doom. I mean, the floofs, the fluffy bewilderment was a elven faction in one world that I was in, so I don't know if that's quite the same, but it's pretty close. The fluffy bewilderment. I don't think I've ever seen anything called the poofs of doom though. The poofs of anything actually. But still, nothing is quite as funny as Dung's Depths, the naughty hole, which was a market in a place called Duber. Dung's Depths, the naughty hole, had a place called was a cave that had a market in it called Duber, which that combination of words had me crying laughing for a minute. Dung's Depths, the naughty hole, of course, was a of course, a cobalt cave filled with thieves. And Duber was their market in which they sold their wares. Very melty look to the volcano right now. The whole rock is very melty. Look at that rock. It's all melty. Looks kind of delicious, I'm not gonna lie. So nothing has changed, Orange, is what you're saying. You still have to wait 4 months at minimum? So it's been 4 months since my grandmother got her shot. And she doesn't know when she's getting her second. It's been 3 months since my Oma got her first shot. And she doesn't know when she's getting her second. It's been a month and 2 weeks since I got my first shot, and I don't know when I'm getting my second. At least you get 4 months minimum. I don't even have a minimum. It's just no one has their seconds out here yet. So just like, you know. You guys are doing better than we are. You guys were behind us like fucking 10 days ago. And now you're already ahead. So my mom wants me to start taking the bus again. Because I made the mistake of mentioning that I took the train out to downtown to go get tacos with a friend. And my mom's like, well, then you should start taking the bus here again to our house again. I'm like, but I made a mistake. Which isn't fun. Not looking forward to that. Don't want to do that. Not until I get my second dose. No, I see my mom once a week. She comes and picks me up, but she wants to stop coming and picking me up. But she doesn't want to come drive over here and pick me up anymore. If you have the ability to, yes, you should. Oh, nice, though. You absolutely should. Yeah, out here we don't have any plans for vaccinating kids right now, just period. Besides, also, don't kids get a slightly different version of the vaccine? Isn't it like not even the same thing? I don't know. I think that's a little that's kind of a silly thing to get upset about. I think what you should actually be upset about is America withholding fucking patents and refusing to open source and making that knowledge public, and instead just keeping it to themselves so that they can profit off of it. You know, that's the thing that you should actually be mad at, not Quebec fucking giving kids priority. It's not so much giving kids priority, though. It's more giving parents the priority, you know? If the kids are vaccinated, then the kids are less likely to get it. And if the kids are less likely to get it, then the parents are less likely to get it from the kids, which is better for the parents than the kids. Retweet. There's reasons I don't post much on Twitter anymore. I go on Twitter basically to like post sponsored things, retweet team stuff, and occasionally tweet out something that I think is very important that I worked on. That's about it. Well, I mean, that's all fine and dandy, but what the president what your president should do is let me backseat politician for a second here. Make it illegal to withhold the patents and just give the instructions on how to make it to every single country. Just let everybody have equal access to that stuff. But you know. Same here in Morocco. They're vaccinating by order of age. It's people's 45s and turnabout. I mean, so I'm 26, right? But I am immunocompromised and a high-risk individual. So I got mine a month and 12 days ago. I think that's the actual... I might be off by a day. It might be 11 days. Anyway, I got mine at the beginning of April. People my age, like my friend who I hung out with and got tacos with on Friday, won't be getting their vaccine until the 30th of this month for their first shot. Are you a type 1 diabetic, Knox? But, yeah, so like my friend who's also immunocompromised is, getting theirs in the 30th. That's just because they're immunocompromised, not because they're a young person. It's like young. Okay, I guess I misread what you were saying, but like being a young person here, you're not getting yours until like August for first shot if you're in your 20s or 30s. Like it's kind of crazy how slow Canada is. Like, everybody thinks that Canada's a like a first world country, but as far as vaccines go, we're behind some third world countries. Oh, okay, I understand what you're saying now. Yeah, yeah. Well, if you want to hear me ramble about insulin costs for a second, I could do that. I mean, out here, insulin is $199 a box, but free with basically all healthcare, right? Because we have free healthcare here, so I don't actually pay for it. But they're $199 a box. In the U.S., they're $395 a box. If you get them through Amazon's pharmacy and don't have Amazon Prime, they're $800 a box. Which a friend of mine does. A friend of mine gets their insulin through Amazon's pharmacy service, which is fucked up that Amazon has a pharmacy service. And ended their Prime membership, and the cost of their insulin went from $400 to $800. Tiny Goliath, you have a lover. Also, hi, Tiny. What's up? Where'd your dwarf go? Your dwarf's here somewhere. Somewhere. There you are. You feel fondness when talking with a friend. Who's your lover? There you are. Yeah, your lover is Blue Water. So hopefully you'll start making babies soon-ish, maybe. If we get lucky. Also, your dwarf is 63 years old. Time flies. I don't like kids. Oh, so what you're saying is I don't like kids, but if I did have kids, I would be a tyrant. Also, you're leading a weaponsmithing demonstration. That's a badass demonstration. Cooler's there watching the weaponsmithing demonstration. What's the link to the volcano stream? You just realized you can have a bunch of tabs open now? Yeah, that's the welcome to the realms of having a decent computer. And you too can help me can help notify me when cool things are happening. Humans have arrived to trade. Lover, not wife yet. At least in the case of Tiny. You're getting old in the fort? Yep. Good lord. I need to sell all of those bins. I mean, I don't, but I want to. That'll probably be plenty. There's so much stuff that needs to be brought to the depot. So, oops, I dropped this ring on the floor. Not a tyrant, but they would be actually disciplined and not running around and being a restaurant pissing off the staff who would get... yeah. Well. Hey, Pendle. You feel a raid is coming. Oh, no. You gonna go take a bath? You go do what you gotta do. Have a good bath. Human caravan has arrived. Another one. Did they send, No, they didn't. No royal treasure still. Shadow raid. No, it's legend raid, God, I was trying to like figure out another word to throw in there, but I just couldn't think of one. I mean, whenever people say raid, like regardless of what kind of raid they're talking about, all that pops into my head is that is the ants from the old commercial from ages ago where they just scream raid. So I just imagine the ants screaming raid really loudly. I'm just filling out a contract. This is part of, this industry. But throwing the cans? Yes. Throwing the can of raid at the ants. I see that raid out of the edge of the screen, but I just need to finish responding to this email. Jess, thanks for the raid! How was the stream? How was things? Salantre, Just Old Guy, Nemo, Alistair, hello everybody. Welcome Raiders. What's up everybody? How's things? We all doing good? Hope everybody's having a fantastic day. What were you playing today, Jess? I'm gonna go look that up. Jess. Siege, Survival, Gloria Victus. Long name that I keep forgetting that I was watching FG stream this morning. I've read and forgotten the name of that game a couple of times. But welcome Raiders. Hello everybody. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the Raiders? Just type in the word beer. Long name for a Polish game. Is it Polish? I feel like a lot of games are Polish. Poland is just cranking out the high quality indie titles. High budget quality indie titles. How's the 3 or 4-tailed scorpion doing? Looks like it's left the screen. Yeah, it's not on screen currently. We don't know where it went. It's the thing is a large portion of the caverns are just like undiscovered, so it probably just left. All about the gameplay presentation good enough? Yeah, I don't know if it's something I'd play. Oh, does it? I mean, just look at the credits and you'll figure out real fast whether or not it's Polish. If the names are all using every single letter of the alphabet and way too long with a lot of C's and Z's, then it's definitely a Polish game. I mean, don't compare things with Dwarf Fortress, because Dwarf Fortress is one of the greatest games ever made. But, some people have pretty blunt and rude opinions on art. Which is what this game is. Has left the building? Probably, yeah. Back in about 2008? Back when it was 2D, I guess. Before there was depth! One of the original, what's the word I'm looking for here? Endlessly updated indie games. Although, to be fair, Dwarf Fortress actually technically has a much longer name than Siege, because the full name for Dwarf Fortress is Slaves to Armagh. Chapter 2... No, Slaves to Armagh, God of Blood, Chapter 2, Dwarf Fortress is the full title, technically. That looks like a Polish word, yeah. Volcano erupting? Ooh, a volcano! It's an impressive amount of lava. This has been my main source of entertainment for the last, like, 5 days. 10 days? Maybe now? I need to look when I actually started watching this, but... Iceland. It's a pretty cool place. Perpetual natural fireworks. It's brilliant. It's wonderful. If anybody wants a link to that stream, it's right here. Iceland. We're trading with some humans right now. Hot, yeah, that's accurate, yeah. Pretty hot. Pretty hot. That volcano gets me all hot and bothered. But unfortunately, the humans haven't been sending their trade master recently, so I don't have any specific requests, which really sucks. There is. The original game was called Slaves to Armok. The original game was intended to be an endlessly replayable open-world RPG called Slaves to Armok. And you can still play it. You can still download it from bay12games.com/armok, which I could give you a link to. It's a very old-looking website because it's from 2003, or was originally posted publicly in 2000, and I don't think ever got updated. But yeah, you can still download it. It was a fully 3D game with a weird magic system that never really became playable. I think the version that's immediately downloadable from that link actually isn't the version with the magic system in it. But it was basically like you could spawn a model in and you could walk around and it would sort of generate a world with some stuff in it and nothing really happened, and you could like teleport people's skin off their bodies and other weird, gruesome things. It was a very weird tech demo that never really became playable. And then they started working on a 3-month spin-off project called Dwarf Fortress, which would be a little game where you play as an adventurer and go into a ruined dwarven fortress that would play itself. So you'd watch the fortress get overrun by demons, and then you'd go in and you'd read about what happened. That was a 3-month side project called Dwarf Fortress, and that was 2006 that they released that, and still working on it. The difference between Dwarf Fortress and the original Armok is Dwarf Fortress is ASCII and not a fully 3D environment. So the speed at which they could add and edit and update stuff in Dwarf Fortress is significantly faster because the game doesn't have graphics, thus showing off the amazingness of what you can do. Is this Poland Fact or Fiction or something? What's going on here? Yeah, Dwarf Fortress, a little 3-month side project. It's just like a very famous TV show, which was a 3-hour tour. Multiple seasons of Gilligan's Island later, they're still on the fucking island. Even when they got off the island, they ended up back on the island. Shortly there and after. But I don't know. There's lots of great stories about funky little side projects that became very much not a side project. And I always enjoy stories like that, where it's just like, oh, you know, like my stream is kind of a funky little side project that never stopped being a side project and became the main project eventually, right? Like I worked in restaurant cleaning and just started streaming as a form of like just having some sort of social activity in an extremely isolating night shift job. And several years later, still doing this, not doing that anymore. So this was kind of a side project that eventually became the main project. But like, you know, that sort of stuff happened with TV shows. It's happened with movies. It's happened with many video games. Like a weird side update comes out and it's way more popular than the original thing. So why not stick around? Don't know why they're incapable of making that rock figurine, but Really? I didn't know that. Although I'm not much of a Devil May Cry person, so. I played Bayonetta 1 and 2, but never actually played DMC. Quite enjoyed Bayonetta. It was fun for a time. It was going to be another Resident Evil? Really? Huh. Interesting. I mean, wasn't Resident Evil 7 supposed to not be a Resident Evil game that was then turned into Resident Evil game? Like, it was a VR tech demo called The Kitchen. And then they made it into a Resident Evil game after it was received extremely well. Because it was received absurdly well, and then after that they turned it into a Resident Evil game. I wonder if that has anything to do with side projects tending to be passion projects. Oh, that it has all of to do with side projects. It has all of that to do with side projects becoming like passion projects and then leaving. I mean I don't play Resident Evil games because I don't really like horror games. I like horror movies. I don't really like horror games. RE7 was like kind of too scary. Also, I see Evil Trick lurking. Is he actually here, or is he just lurking? So if he is, I want to ask him a question. Actually, chat, I've got to ask you a question. I was just offered key for this on Keymailer, which means I could just go grab it. Anybody played this? Is this any good? Is this shit? I don't know. I mean, people seem to like it. I want to say I played the first one. Way back. Looks cool. It kind of looks Sins of a Solar Empire E, but it has co-op. Do you want to watch me play it? Okay. I guess I'll accept the key for it then. Apparently they just put out a DLC for it, so. Might be something me and Evil Trick could play together. Reminds you of a 90s game? Hmm. That's a really silly observation. That doesn't mean anything. It reminds me of Sins of a Solar Empire, which didn't come out in the 90s. Sins of a Solar Empire came out in 2012. It's actually kind of funny. When a lot of people say that something reminds them of something, they often overestimate the actual thing that they're being reminded of. So in a lot of cases, I've seen people who are just like, oh, this game reminds me of something from the 90s, when in reality, it's like something from like 2008 that they're remembering. I see that a lot. Or like, oh, this game looks like something from the PlayStation 1, when in reality, it very much looks like PlayStation 3. Nostalgia is a strong feeling thing? I guess. I don't know. It's just, it's kind of funny. Like, it's really funny when people tell me that this looks like it was made in the 80s. If something looked like the 80s, if something in the 80s looked like this would be the most incredibly detailed game ever made. Because games didn't look like this in the 80s. Maybe late 90s, but. Yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is accurate for the early 2000s. Like, that is actually a fair visualization. But what's silly is when people are like, man, this looks like games on the Commodore 64. It's like, okay, so, I mean, I can't count the pixels. I can count pixels on Commodore 64 games. Like, this doesn't, sorry, but like, quit being so rude. This looks better than Pitfall. Homeworld? That looks like Homeworld to you? Homeworld doesn't look anything like that, but I guess I could see the similarities there. It's just, it looks a lot more like Sins of a Solar Empire than Homeworld. I like Homeworld. Homeworld's fun. Tarzan noises. Yeah, that's right. Fun fact about Homeworld. Fun fact about Homeworld. Hard Space Shipbreaker takes place in the same universe. Fun fact. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 or Age of Empires? Age of Empires is so good. I was playing Age of Empires 1 yesterday, and it was very fun. Me and Evil Trick have been playing RTS games on... you know, I'm going to buy some cheese. Why not? Me and Evil Trick have been playing RTS games on Mondays, and we've been playing a lot of Age of Empires 1. That game still ages really well. It is still really fucking fun, and I'm still really fucking bad at it, but that's besides the point. It's always fun to roll a low once in a while. Yeah, totally. I mean, it's a good game. It's a fucking brilliant game. But yeah, I think we'll be playing Age of Empires 2 next week. On Monday. Because we've played 3 weeks worth of Age of Empires 1, so we're going to move on to some AoE 2. And then after that, we'll play some AoE 3, and then maybe we'll play some Halo Wars. We're basically just slowly working through all of the RTS games that are on Game Pass. Because there's Rise of Nations, which we played, Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 3, Halo Wars 1 and 2. So that's kind of our rotation for RTS games that we're playing. And you know what? They're fun. We've been having a bit of fun playing those. And tonight, me and Evil Trick are going to play some totally accurate battle simulator. Because we are serious gamers who take gaming very seriously and only play the most serious of games. Seriously. Where did my mayor go? My manager's in the military. Go figure. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of funny because like I hate calling myself a gamer, right? Yet at the same time, I do actually fit more of the definition of hardcore when it comes to gamer than most people. True games for true gamers. None of that fun like playtime garbage. Trying to make more cloth. You know, like Dwarf Fortress and shit. Real gamers. Real serious gamer hours. Did I make 2 cloaks? I think I did. Later, Steven. Yes, I did. I mean, if you dislike this game so much, just go watch somebody else, Steven. It's fine. Do that. That. And let's do leather shoes. As we slowly work our way through all of this stuff. You know, it's kind of funny. There are people that watch Dwarf Fortress who don't understand what's going on, but do their best to enjoy it. That's quite the eruption. And then there are some people who don't like Dwarf Fortress, don't really try to hide it, and it's just kind of like, why are you here? It's like if you don't like this game, just go watch somebody else. Just go watch somebody else. Nox, I actually had somebody comment on YouTube yesterday about, imagine, it was just like, I don't really care about the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, and I don't like playing the current version because it's ASCII and hard to look at, but imagine this game if it had multiplayer. I would buy it instantly. It's like, well, that's literally never going to happen. So, like, go play a different game then. Like, literally, just go play a different game. Multiplayer is never going to happen in a functional or fun way in Dwarf Fortress. It's just, the game's not designed for that. Goodbye, humans. Humans leaving will make my frame rate go up, and I'm looking forward to that. Speaking of games, I kind of expected all of my friends to just be streaming Subnautica Below Zero. But, like, I feel like I've seen no streams of that, considering it's out of early access now. I kind of figured I'd just suddenly look at Twitch the next day and everybody would be streaming it, yet nobody is, which I think is kind of weird. There's, like, 2 people I know who've been streaming that. At least in comparison to the number of people who played the first one on day 1. It's actually kind of weird. No, actually, RimWorld is a much harder game than Dwarf Fortress. Game depth-wise, though, it's incredibly simplistic compared to Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld actually does some things better than Dwarf Fortress, but it's also such a different game that if you played both, you wouldn't compare the two. It's funny, the only people who compare RimWorld with Dwarf Fortress are people who play RimWorld but have never played Dwarf Fortress. People who play both don't ever compare the two. Infinity, I have an important announcement for me to make to you. Number 1, you are married to Vinsati II. The second thing that I need to tell you is you're my mayor, you've been elected mayor, and you love your job. Cataclysm kind of ruined it for you? That's kind of how I feel the same about adventure mode, but with Caves of Cud. Villains Part 2 will be a valid reason to go back to adventure mode, though. I just hate playing Cataclysm, so... I mean, but it is totally fair that Cataclysm ruined it for you. What about people who played DF but not RimWorld? They just played DF. Because they have better taste. I don't know. No, most of them just play DF then. Because why would you need another game? The only people that genuinely bother me, though, are people who never played Dwarf Fortress and write Dwarf Fortress off based on visuals alone. Those people drive me nuts. It's like, if you at least tried it or like installed it and bounced off, then fair. But if you just won't even install it because of the way it looks, I think that's like the most narrow-minded thing you could do as somebody who likes or enjoys or plays video games in any format. That's all I have to say to that, Nox. It's just snort. The best thing RimWorld could ever do is act as a springboard for a lot of people to just buy Dwarf Fortress the second it comes out on Steam. Outside of that, RimWorld is a massive failure for what it intended to create, and it didn't become the game that it wanted to be. And the developer of RimWorld is very honest and open about that it is not what he wanted it to be. He wanted it to be a storyteller like Dwarf Fortress, but he ended up making a tower defense game. Excellent. I mean, that's all you need is plump helmets and beer. Just like pretzels and vodka, and you're good. Like, what do you really need outside of that? Yeah, no, DF isn't for everybody. DF is a very specific kind of game. But it is very sad to me that people write it off for so much. No, I mean, here's the thing. It's a failure for what it was trying to create. It ended up being something completely different. right? But the creator did fail at what he was trying to make. RimWorld has an incredible modding community, an awesome community in general. It's an incredibly deep game that a lot of people really love. It's a game that I got a lot of time out of, that I enjoyed. How am I doing? And I'm doing all right. How are you, man? It's good to see you. I quite enjoy RimWorld. RimWorld's fine. What I think is stupid and what people need to stop doing, and what I don't like about RimWorld, is that RimWorld sold itself claiming to be Dwarf Fortress and advertised itself as such for a very long time until it became overwhelmingly successful and then removed that from its marketing entirely. I think that it's really, really, really crappy for a creator to do that. You know, most of the early marketing for that game, considering that game was literally designed to sell a book, it really sucks when I see that, you know, and I'm not a big fan. Hey, Mind. You have a good night's sleep. Cheers. You started DF because of remote? I mean, a lot of people did, you know. I mean, I dabbled with DF and from about 2009 until about 2017 before actually starting to get into it. 2018, I started to get into it, but dabbled with it for like 9 years. So, you know, it took me a long time to properly get into the game. Outside of that, I just read stories and occasionally installed it and generated a world and looked at it for a bit and then uninstalled it because I could never really get past that initial learning curve. Because I kept trying to watch YouTube videos instead of just going to the fucking wiki and reading it. Which is why I recommend people don't watch YouTube videos and just go to the wiki and read. Because you'll get so much further. Speaking of ASCII, this is a game that I want to promote because I think it looks super cool. This is a game that I've chucked on my wish list because I think it looks awesome, or at least the pitch for it is awesome. It's called My Cousin the Rogue. It looks to be a pretty standard roguelike, right? But you're actually running through the dungeon and making friends with all of the monsters and playing a variation of Snake and saving them from the evil murder hobo that is your cousin the Rogue. I kind of love the idea of this game, and I need to play it. I need to play this game. This looks adorable, and I need to play it. Don't let him hurt your friends. No. I don't know. Just it looks like a good time. It's coming out in December. Need to play that. Making a cousin an N? I mean, I'd be willing to bet you $1 that it wouldn't be too hard to mod an N into that, but. Or make you the N and then the cousin an at. I don't know. But regardless, I need to play that because that looks like fun. On the topic of ASCII games. Because that looks adorable. It's like, make friends! Run around with a gaggle of friends and defend them from the evil rogue. Yeah, it is a cool concept. So, I don't know how good it'll end up being, but need to play it. Need to play it. Speaking of cool concepts, this is another one with a free demo that I'll be playing the demo of today. I played the full version the other day, messed around with that a bit, but because he just wants to go bowling on Ander. Why else? Because he just wants to go bowling, and he has to kill all of your friends so that you'll go bowling with him. Hey, it's your cousin. I want to go bowling. GTA 4 has entered the chat room. I need to translate that to English because I know speak Spanish. You missed Dwarf Fortress. How nice to find it on Twitch. Well, hello. I don't speak Spanish, but I do speak English. Feel free to use whatever language you want. Yeah, just keep that in mind. Recruiting 17 kobolds. Yeah. I was watching a friend of mine play adventure mode in a Discord server a couple months ago, and he was just running around and converting every single elephant just in a field, and he had like a gaggle of like 30 elephants chasing him. He's just like, let's go! Charge, boys! Just claiming and taming every elephant. Pretty fun. Just making new clothes for everybody. Speaking of clothes, Chico, how are you doing? Baby Chico is not walking yet. It's very unfortunate that his mom died. Poor Cosslord. Poor Cosslord. It's one of the sadder things that's happened in the fortress. What are you telling the story of? I told the story of the ascension of Nomal Group Channel to the position of Queen of the Ignited Creation in the mid-spring of 101 at the Simple Dinner, and I enjoyed that. It was a good story. Looks like we ran out of cloth. That or the dwarves are all taking a break. I've never actually had socks. I've had boulders get stuck in doorways. I've had shirts get stuck in doorways. Never a sock specifically, though. Never a sock. You know, the one thing that I will say, the one more thing that I will say on the subject of people who write off DF just because it's air quotes ugly, it's like people play ugly games all the time. There's plenty of deck builders that have sold very well that are extremely fucking ugly. Lots of people play those. Just saying. Autumn has come. It's that time of year, Stone. Just a heads up. Tis that time of year. I wonder if we'll get another smaller tribute. Or a bigger tribute. We'll find out. Dwarf Fortress is beautiful. Especially the way it designs and creates characters. It is absolutely beautiful in its descriptions. Like, these this looks like a wall of muddled text, right? But it's like, this dwarf, her ears are tall. Her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her hair is a crew, and her medium-length hair is tied in a ponytail. Her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. And her eyes are somewhat narrow. This is Candle Pixie. She personally is an absolute believer in the rule of law, finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, and believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time, and it is of the highest regard, and that has the highest regard for loyalty. Is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Strongly values tranquility and quiet, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. She is a nervous wreck, fearless when confronted by danger, to the point of lacking common sense, never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. And she is conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. She is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and she finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. You can't make arrows out of elven bones unless you have modded the game because dwarves won't butcher sentience. So that's actually not possible. Until the Will Ferrell tile set comes. Oh, don't give me ideas. Don't give me ideas. Can bolts even be made out of a Felmood? I don't know. I genuinely do not know, actually, Jack Narek. But yeah, no, you can't make bolts out of elves' bones. Unless you've modded the game. Because they're sentient creatures, and dwarves are more human than humans. They respect the dead. Well, one of three things. Either thing number one, your friend was bullshitting, which is possible. Thing number two, your friend didn't know what he was actually doing and just said that he was using elven bones. Because you can use bones, but you can't use elven bones. Also, bones are so fucking bad as bolts. You'd have more luck making wooden bolts. Bone bolts are terrible for anything outside of trading. Let me know when you want me to scroll, Stone. So like, bone bolts are horrible, first and foremost. So in theory, he could have modded the game so that he can butcher sentience, and then he would be able to use elf bones. In theory, also dwarf bones and human bones, and so the game could be modded for that. A raven and a gander. Would you look at that? Brought us a goose. An iron puzzle box, eh? Hemp rope. Bronze ladle. A ladle. They brought us a ladle. Take a gander at that. Yeah, they brought us a gander. And the other one. But he's asleep, ate him. Yeah, so either he modded the game or he was just bullshitting, basically. Which, I mean, it's very possible he modded the game. Dwarf Fortress is extremely easy to mod. Like, I know where that setting is. I know, like, how to do that, but... Well, let me ask you this. Think about it this way, right? Are vegans less people because they don't eat meat? If someone decides to not work with metal because that's just the way their culture works, are they less of a intelligent creature? No, you can't. That's also a mod. Undead don't matter. They still were once sentient. That might have been a bug at some point, but actually that wouldn't surprise me if that was a bug at some point, but yeah. I mean, I know people who mod this game to make dwarves into absolutely terrible creatures, so yeah. Wouldn't put it past them. I don't know. Dwarf Fortress for me is... Well, one of the reasons I enjoy Dwarf Fortress so much is because it does a better job simulating our own society in allegory than is immediately apparent. Or selling them stuff from elf bones. I mean, again, I mean, he's modding the game if he's doing either of those. Need another ballista arrow. You're just advocating for the arrows. Here's the thing, right? I have this habit, right? Modded less civilized dwarves, for sure, yeah. Dwarves from a less civilized age, that's for sure. No, I used Dwarf Fortress as a way to make people think about racism a lot. And I think it bugs some people, but it's a real like everybody says, oh, this is the way things were in Tolkien, or this is the way things were in D&D. But D&D is designed around, or at least D&D first edition was written around racist stereotypes, using allegories of things like goblins to represent things like the Jews, using things like elves to represent other racist stereotypes. And that is what fantasy is built on, similarly to things like Lovecraft's work and the fear of the unknown and the fear of interbreeding with other races. There's a lot of parallels, and I think that Dwarf Fortress is one of the few games that's built on those stereotypes to a degree that also completely circumvents its own stereotypes with the way its civilization generation works. And for me, one of the reasons I like this game so much, and one of the reasons I enjoy talking about this game and playing with the worlds that it creates, is because it creates and subverts those expectations. You know, everybody expects goblins to be evil by nature, dark and brooding, and attacking dwarves. And then I get a dwarven king who's a better dwarf than most dwarves, who's extremely honorable and occupies and takes all of the dwarven ideals. The only difference between that goblin is his green skin, his red eyes, and he is sometimes cruel. That is the only difference that is immediately noticeable. And you would never know that that goblin was a goblin based on their description outside of that one trait where he is sometimes cruel. That's just a goblin thing, yeah. Well, goblins aren't dwarves. Spiritual. Does the goblin have a beard, though? Goblins don't grow beards, my dude. Neither do female dwarves, but that's a different discussion. And his name was Aban! And, like, Stone remembers that. I don't remember those details, but... yeah, no, it's... And that's kind of why when people are just like, oh, there's nothing better than killing elves. And I'm just like, that's kind of racist of you. It's a perfectly good opportunity to think about yourself. Which is why Dwarf Fortress is so fucking cool. At least it's one of the reasons I think it's so fucking cool. I mean, elves want the dwarves to stop bringing about the end of the world from digging too deep and hacking down all of their precious trees and destroying everything that they love in the world. Why should that be a crime? You never understood the elf hate meme? 4chan really enjoys making Holocaust jokes. And the elf hate meme is a Holocaust joke from 4chan that was mostly created because it was an easy access way to piss a lot of people off. Because you need to ask them the location of a vault. I mean, playing a murder hobo's fine. Go nuts. Have fun. You know, it's interesting when you think about it in the context of if you dig around in old Dwarf Fortress screenshots, pretty quickly you'll find fake concentration camps that were made by people on 4chan using elves, right? That's where those memes come from. Because it's easy. Because it's easy. It's like, I'll have you know I'm an omnisinal spider woman necromancer. Meh. Kivich says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of us? Please bring me all the wood so I don't need to chop it down. Who says cringe in 2021? This is my mountain home shipment. So it's 1 civ. Clino. Simplex, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. How are you today, Clino? Yeah, I know we were talking about 4chan being cringe. Really? I haven't seen anybody say cringe in a very long time. Outside of the context of the streamer cringer, I haven't seen anybody say the word cringe in a very long time. I guess so, though. Elves have an interesting system of law. They are actually fairly reasonable. If an elf kills another elf, it's justified with extreme reason. Dwarves don't care about motives. They get the hammered on anyone. Dwarves have very strict hammer to the head punishment schemes. And then the humans have the most fucked up legal system in Dwarf Fortress, by far. Of course, there's a streamer called Cringer. Cringer's wonderful, okay? Cringer is a great dude. Got nothing but good things to say about Cringer. Dude, that's epic. Yeah, people don't really say epic anymore. I guess, like, instead of saying cringe now, people say yikes. I see yikes kind of used in this same format that I used to see a lot of people say cringe. But people kind of stopped saying cringe. At least people that are close to me stopped saying cringe and now say yikes instead. I don't know. Language changes, so. Hey, Saichi. On the topic of yikes. Hype yikes? Twitch has a hype yikes emote? That's a really ugly emote that I've never seen before. I am sorry that you have that, Saichi. Cringer's entire stream is just inside jokes. I don't know, like, here's the thing. I'll say yikes in a conversation. I won't say cringe in a conversation. Like, if I'm talking, just having a conversation with somebody and just chatting, I will not say that's cringe, but I will say yikes. So, I don't know. It's just, it's a more natural word to say out loud, I guess. I don't know. I don't have anything against the word cringer. Or cringe, rather. I used to be in the same team. I was in a stream team that he is in, but I'm not in it anymore due to disagreeing with the direction of that older team. But that's fine. No hard feels there. Well, there's always hard feels. No public hard feels there. Also, hey Dave, hope you're doing well. You say cringe in order to emphasize the level of yikes. that is a sentence that, if that was said in like 2001, no, everybody would just look at it and just say, "What you on about?" Like half of Halcyon, you should follow the other half of Halcyon, because Halcyon Frequency is the bestest people on Twitch. I mean, I recognize your name. You've definitely chatted in the past. And if you haven't, you should join the Halcyon Frequency Discord, where you can get personalized notifications of which ones of us go live. It's actually pretty cool how up-to-date shit is over there. I mean, it makes me roll my eyes. I wouldn't say it makes me yikes. You should. You get notifications via email? Oh, really? Oh. The Discord server will give you personalized notifications. Good news. Yay! I have the hiccups apparently right now, Bastip, but yay! Hey, caveman. Those things. How fares the Longdeath world? My mayor of a very long time passed away. We have some new babies, though. We have a baby in the fort who I thought was dead for a split second there, who really needs to, like, get upstairs. But they've been dumping buckets of water on it, and eventually it'll learn how to walk. Its mom died when it was 6 months old. That's good. Honestly, I'm happy. I'm happy for you. It's a pretty good Discord server, I can confirm. I hope you're not limping by the time you go to the appointment. I mean, I'm sure the appointment will be quick and easy, so does it really matter if you're limping? How's the sprain doing anyway? Feeling better or still just as eh? Large stream teams, yes, that's the case. The ones that have like hundreds of members, they're very much pyramid schemey. Small ones like mine, we work directly and it actively helps all of us all the time. So the way I would describe Halcyon Frequency as a team is we have bi-weekly meetings, we work together a lot, we host each other every day, and we closely work together. It's sort of like the difference between working alone and working with other people, right? But there's a lot of stream teams out there that are not designed this way, but end up just being one big famous person and dozens of other people that are in that same team with that big famous person, and it's mostly just that big famous person or a couple big famous people. Or they end up just being kind of pyramid schemey, which a lot of them are, like I said earlier, where it's just like, oh, hey, like promote the leader and maybe we'll do stuff. And then they do like fundraising things. And I was in a few teams like that in the past. I actually helped run a team like that in the past, but no. Ours is just 8 people, and because there's so few of us. Yeah, no, the Discord server is quite well set up. We did a good job, I think. But yeah, no, the whole point is just that we help each other. There's a lot of things that we've been doing over the past 2 years, almost now, it feels like, behind the scenes that will never be obvious, but are very helpful to just have in the background. But we're more the old-fashioned style of stream team, less the new style of stream team. The original stream teams were very much like small companies. My React icon is a skull. Of course mine is. Of course mine's a skull. What else would you expect it to be? An evil trick is cheese. Jess is a cat, you know. We had to figure out what emojis properly represented us. Skulls don't have any eyes, so skull don't need no eye patch. Still trying to get rid of all this shit. It's been dead for what, Sasiad? It's been offline for a while. It's been offline for about 2 weeks. It goes away every now and again and then comes back. I mean, it was gone for about 3 months and then it came back. I think the creator of it was moving. Then there was another one that popped up for a bit. And now there's Terrarium Fortress, but I think the game crashed in Terrarium Fortress, which is another one of the self-playing fortresses. Yeah, the game must have crashed because it hasn't been showing anything but a black screen for a bit. But Discord won't let you post? Oh, no. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, sprains are, you know, pretty quick recovery time usually. We're selling all of the jewelry from a dwarf that died. Kind of surprised no one's been sentenced to prison. I haven't accidentally sold a crown yet, which is kind of wild. It's all the top of your foot is black and blue. Oh boy. Maybe post it with a warning label when you do. People don't like looking at bruises. Just put a spoilers icon on it and just say it's like bruising or whatever. Just give people a warning. All right, chat. We got started a little bit early today with Dwarf Fortress. We've done 2 years now worth of time. And I want to try a little bit of that graphical demo of Soul Ash, and then I'm going to be playing some games with Evil Trick. So we are going to, I think, call it a day for Longdeath for today. Because I would like to try out the graphical demo for Soul Ash, which is the thing I've backed on Kickstarter. So we're going to be moving over to that. 2 years. We lost a mayor. Had a baby Chico. His baby Chico's mom died the year after. Got a couple more layers onto the glass tower. A few more lovers have popped up. Not a bad day of Longdeath. But we're going to go and play a game, a different game. So we're going to be playing a game called Soul Ash, which is on Kickstarter right now. I have the full version of the game, but the full version of the game is just ASCII, right? The thing that they're kickstarting has graphics, like sprites. But the sprite graphics version is only available in the demo format on Steam because it hasn't been finished yet, which is what the Kickstarter is for. So I'm going to go play a little bit of that demo version because I want to see what those graphics look like. So we played a little bit of it yesterday, or not yesterday, two days ago, with ASCII, and we're going to play a bit more of it with its tile set. And then I'll be playing some, in about an hour, I'll be playing some totally accurate Battlegrounds. Or Battle Simulator, not Battlegrounds. Totally accurate Battle Simulator with Evil Trick.